Everybody, this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. We're going to get started in a couple of minutes, so thanks for your patience.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining us for the meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and I'm the president of the board. Today is Friday, July the 17th, 2026, and we're commencing this meeting at 9:04. And I just have to say, it's so wonderful to see all of you sitting out there in person. So, welcome. I would like to ask all of us to please place all cell phones on silent to decrease the interruptions. Additionally, when board members or staff on the dais are not speaking, please remember to mute the microphone in front of you to eliminate any interference or side dialogue being heard. The board will conduct the meeting in person for both meeting days. A webcast recording will be made available for both meeting days and posted on our website. But WebEx is not available today. The Saturday, July 18, 2026 meeting will have WebEx teleconference for interaction and webcast viewing through the DCA portal. The meeting minutes and a visual recording of the meetings will be available and uploaded to the DHBC website after the meeting once approved. This is an official meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. When referencing the term board, it also includes the board's committees for today's meeting. We will start the full board meeting, followed by the Education Committee, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee, and the Licensing and Examination Committee. Once the meeting begins, we will proceed through the items as listed on the meeting agenda. However, the president and chairs have the discretion to take items out of order if warranted. This will be announced if the need arises. We have worked in scheduled breaks at 10:30 for 15 minutes, and Ms. Hanson is in charge of reminding us because we will keep going. And then 12 to 1 for lunch, 1 hour, and at 2, another 15-minute break if needed for relief time. There will also be a short break in between each committee meeting and full board meeting to provide staff adequate time to set up. I would like to announce that there is a closed session at today's meeting. Also, I'd like to remind all members of the board to focus and, excuse me, members that the board's focus and resulting discussions and actions should be focused on consumer protection and not the dental hygiene profession issues, since it's part of our mission and mandate. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agendas, and it's the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board acting on any agenda item. However, the board asks the public for public comments and that they pertain to the current agenda item only as it's being discussed during the meeting. Public comment is not intended to initiate discussion on the topic or topics not related to the agenda item, but an opportunity for the public to express their opinion for the board's consideration. Questions asked during public comment may or may not be answered at the board's discretion, especially if the question pertains to an item not on the agenda or the board may not discuss it. The board does provide an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on the meeting agenda, which is normally agenda item 2. Any questions about pending enforcement action will not be addressed and should be communicated to the executive officer or staff outside of the meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to have Executive Officer Anthony Lum provide directions and logistics for the meeting in the event we need to evacuate the building, restroom locations, and to introduce the board staff that are present. Also, board member Sherman King has been excused from the meeting. Mr. Lum.
Good morning, everybody. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Give you the logistics of this building. If you can imagine this building as a cross, with the atrium being the center of the building, each arm of this building, or hallways, has an exit at the end of each one in case we do need to evacuate. The preferred hallway to go down is the way you came in, go out through these doors, make a right, and head out to the parking lot. And that's the preferred way. However, if that's blocked, just know that each other hallway has an exit at the end of it. As far as the important restrooms, there's 2 small ones across the hall here. And there's larger ones, if those are taken, across the atrium and straight down the hall and on the left-hand side. So if anybody needs those are those locations. And I turn it back over to the president. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call the full board meeting to order. The time is 9:09 a.m., and I would ask Board Secretary Lolly Agarwal to please call the roll.
Lolly Agrawal, present. Julie Algener,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Sherman King, absent. Michael Long,
Present.
Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Sridevi Panala, Nicholas Quach.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The board may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comments section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the board to consider? You're so quiet today. Okay, seeing none. We will now move on to agenda item 3, Department of Consumer Affairs report on departmental activities. I would like to ask the DCA Member Relations Representative, Judy Caccelli. Thank you. The DCA Board and Bureau's relation to provide the report.
Is that on?
How about this? Is that working now? Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, board members. Again, my name is Judy Bucciarelli from the California Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with the DCA update this morning. First, I have an agency update and a secretary announcement. On May 12th, 2026, Governor Newsom announced the appointment of Rohit Chopra as Secretary of California's new Business and Consumer Services Agency, which officially launched on July 1. Secretary Chopra previously served as Director of the U.S. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and as Commissioner of the Federal Trade Commission, where he led major efforts to crack down on junk fees, corporate misconduct, and unfair practices harming consumers and small businesses. We are excited to welcome Secretary Chopra and look forward to carrying out our consumer protection mission under his leadership. Next, I have an update on return to office. DCA, along with other state departments, transitioned back to 4 days a week in office on July 1, consistent with the governor's executive order, which was originally to take effect on July 1, 2025. DCA issued a department-wide email with guidance surrounding telework agreements and would like to recognize board's leadership efforts and partnership as we work together to support staff. And next, I have a few training updates. The next board member orientation training, also known as BMOT, will take place on October 21st. BMOT is an all-day virtual training which must be completed by board members within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. Please register for the first available date to be in compliance. On May 26, DCA launched its internal defensive driver training available on DCA's Learning Management System, also known as LMS. This training is mandatory for state employees, including board members who operate vehicles on official state business. This 2-hour interactive session covers safe driving practices, rules of the road, required forms for state travel, and accident response procedures. Board members can register for BMOT and defensive driver training using LMS. If members have any questions on accessing LMS or would like to check to make sure you are in compliance with these mandated training requirements, please contact Board and Bureau Relations at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. This concludes my report this morning, and at this time, I'll turn the floor back to President Pacheco, and I would be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Buccarelli. Are there any board member comments? Seeing none, are there any public in-person public member comments? Seeing none, thank you for your report.
Oh, you're welcome.
Want me to do it now? Okay, we'd like to move on to agenda item 4, Dental Board of California report on matters of interest to DHBC. I would like to ask the DBC representative, Mr. Dockery, Executive Officer of the Dental Board, to provide the report.
Morning, Madam President, members of the board. I'm Bryce Doherty. I'm the Executive Officer of the Dental Board. Thank you for allowing me to provide an update this morning on activities of the Dental Board that would be of interest to the Dental Hygiene Board of California. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Dental Hygiene Board for your invaluable expertise and kind collaboration in updating the minimum standards for infection control regulations. Specifically, Section 1005 of the California Code of Regulations sets the mandatory baseline standard for infection control in dental practices. This is critical because it establishes enforceable rules for standard precautions, instrument sterilization, and written safety protocols, preventing the transmission of bloodborne pathogens and ultimately ensuring the safety of dental patients and dental staff. On July 6th, a mere 11 days ago, I am pleased to report that the Dental Board's rulemaking package updating these critical standards was submitted to the Department of Consumer Affairs Acting Director Christine Lawley for review and pending approval. This package reflects the expertise and consensus of both the Dental Board and the Dental Hygiene Board subject matter experts. We will continue to keep the Dental Hygiene Board updated as this rulemaking package makes its way through the process. Lastly, the Dental Board has 2 more meetings scheduled for the remainder of this year, including August 12th and August 13th in this very same room at 2005 Evergreen Street in Sacramento. We look forward, Madam President, to your Dental Hygiene Board update at that meeting. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to do so. And our last meeting of the year will be on November 5th and 6th, also in Sacramento, and being held in the first floor hearing room at the Department of Consumer Affairs headquarters located at 1625 Market Boulevard. Thank you again, Madam President, for the opportunity to address the Dental Hygiene Board. And notwithstanding any questions, that concludes my report.
Thank you. It's nice to see you again. Thank you
Likewise.
for being here. Are there any board member comments?
This is Member Long. Good
Yes.
morning. I also work, I'm licensed as a dental assistant, registered, and I want to thank you for email in April that is going to email notifications when license renewal is available. And that's in addition to postcards. And I appreciate that.
No, I thank you for that, and I'll pass that along to the team. We've done a really lot of work to try and increase our communication and outreach, and it's not only outreach to our licensees and the people that we work with on a regular basis and stakeholders, but also social media. So we're on X. We have a new Facebook page, so look us up and follow us. But I appreciate the feedback, and I'll pass that along.
Any other board member comments? Thank you. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Thank you for your report, and I'll see
you.
you in August.
Have a good meeting.
Thank you. Before we recess to the full board committees, Mr. Lum is going to go ahead and introduce the committees.
Good morning, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer again. Sorry I neglected the first part of my introduction, but I forgot to introduce our staff that's present here. First, I'd like to introduce our Assistant Executive Officer, Tiffany Moore, and our Licensing and Examination Manager, Tracy Napper, and our Special Investigator, Jeffrey Weiler, who's new. He just started in May, and we welcome him. So thank you. Sorry for the oversight.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and all of your hard work. We really appreciate it. Okay, we are now going to recess the full board meeting until Saturday, July 18, 2026 at 9 a.m. Thank you. The time is 9:19. We will recess the full board meeting until tomorrow, Saturday, July 18, 2026 at 9 a.m. We will now commence with the Education Committee meeting. Members not on the Education Committee will move to the audience from the dais and now participate in discussion or action of the Education Committee. So we'll take a few minutes to transition. And almost ready. Okay. Okay, the Education Committee, as the Education Committee Chair, my name is Joanne Pacheco, and as the Education Committee Chair meeting, I would like to call the Education Committee meeting to order. The time is 9:21 a.m., and I would like to ask Board Staff Crystal Yoyama to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Julie Elginer,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long,
Present.
Sridevi Panala. A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We will now move on to Agenda Item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Education Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none, we will move on to Agenda Item 3. The discussion and possible action to approve a new dental hygiene educational program by Stanbridge University. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Board President. On April 2nd, 2025, Stanbridge University submitted a letter of intent to request Dental Hygiene Board of California approval to establish a new dental hygiene educational program based in Riverside, California, to help meet the need for qualified dental hygienist graduates. On March 13th, 2026, Stanbridge University submitted an updated letter of intent establishing San Diego as their base for their prospective dental hygiene educational program. Committee members may find the March 13th, 2026 letter of intent on page 97 of the board meeting materials. In May of 2026, Stanbridge University submitted a feasibility study to the board to review. In working with Stanbridge University, board staff have now completed the review of Stanbridge University's feasibility study. Committee members may find the review of the feasibility studies on pages 28 through 96 and the complete feasibility study on pages 98 through 503. Staff recommends for the Education Committee to review staff recommendations for the Education Committee to review the results of the feasibility study as prepared by board staff. If the Education Committee determines Stanbridge University has met the board's parameters to open a new dental hygiene educational program, board staff requests for the Educational Committee to recommend to the full board to consider conditional approval, since it's a new program, of a new dental hygiene educational program offered by Stanbridge University. We have Stanbridge University representatives in the at the table, and if you could both introduce yourselves to the board and be available to answer any questions the board may have.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Is this working? It's on. Maybe it just takes a second. Good morning. My name is Amber Davis. Thank you, the board, for having us. Ms. Pacheco as well, President. So just quick little background about myself. I've been in dental hygiene education for the past 9 years. For the past 4.5 years, I've had the pleasure of serving as a program director. Most recently, I've been the founding director for Stanbridge University. So I've had that privilege to work closely with Stanbridge to build a quality program for the dental hygiene profession.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the Education Committee. My name is Gary Lopez. I am a Director of Accreditation for Stanbridge University. I've been involved in proprietary education for at least 25 years, probably getting closer to 30. I just don't want to admit it. In terms of my experience, I am a licensed attorney, but I also function as the campus director for the Alhambra campus, which we label as Stanbridge University, Los Angeles. I have been involved with Stanbridge University for nearly 9 years now in terms of accreditation and compliance. take great pride in terms of seeing the campuses expand to 4 campuses overall from the one that I started at in Irvine, California.
Thank you. Nice to meet you and thank you for being here. Is there a suggested motion?
This is Member Long. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to conditionally approve the new dental hygiene educational program offered by Stanbridge University. The condition being an extendable 2-year probation period, which the program begins operation and pending compliance with updates every 4 months and site visits to confirm compliance prior to enrollment of its first cohort.
And is there a second?
This is Dr. Julie Elginer. I second.
Are there any committee member discussions?
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for the thorough feasibility study. The question I have is regarding the resources for faculty, because that seems to be a challenge across California. And I'm just wondering, how are you working to make sure you have adequate faculty to support the education?
Thank you for that question. Through my years of working in dental hygiene, being a program director, I found that faculty is pivotal, foundational to a successful dental hygiene program overall. Luckily for us as a university, working with Stanbridge, they have a really well-established recruiting department, I should say already.
This department.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. In terms of,
What is it called?
we do have an extensive faculty training. I guess the way to label it is recruitment department for faculty as well as administrators. And so this is a department that is dedicated to identifying highly qualified individuals who can be involved immediately in our programs. We've done this repeatedly for our other healthcare administration or healthcare programs, namely vocational nursing, registered nursing, as well as occupational therapy and physical therapy assistant. So we do have a department dedicated to recruitment, yeah. And those resources are actually being allocated right now.
Yes, and we've had strong discussion on support, starting off strong with faculty that we do recruit, having orientation throughout from the very inception, and then continuing to meet with them to not only just staff faculty, but also to have that retention of faculty as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Other board, yes.
We do have another department that is dedicated to actually working with faculty and ensuring that they meet all the professional development requirements as well as orient into our system of teaching. So we do have someone there to, actually it's not someone, it's an entire department that is dedicated to that purpose and focus.
Thank you.
Good morning to both of you. As a UCLA faculty, I'll say thank you for commenting on the extent that you were just mentioning. I do just have an overall question, which is a hard pivot from Riverside to San Diego was unexpected. So of course I read through thoroughly the material that was provided, but can you provide some context around that decision, particularly between the time you originally submitted and this revision? That's a very large pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be happy to address that. So for the university, it was actually not just the university, myself as well too. This was quite extensive research that we had done. We were looking at what location is going to have the largest impact for new graduates, not just new graduates, but qualified dental hygienists to come out. Originally, yes, we were looking at the Riverside area. Now, the Riverside area is expected to grow quite fast, and that's what we were like, yes, this is nice. However, the Riverside location is impacted by so many dental hygiene education programs already. So their output for dental hygienists is higher than in the San Diego area. And San Diego area has a larger workforce according to the EDD. has a larger workforce need, but a smaller dental hygiene output. And so that's what had us, that was our main reason to pivot to that area, to San Diego, because there's a larger need for that area, for the workforce demand in the San Diego area.
So I wanted to add that when you look at it, I think there was something like a 7 to 8 point differential. I think it was Riverside County, there was expectation of 20% growth versus 13.1, I believe, or 13.2% growth for San Diego. But I did want to emphasize that there's much higher turnover for San Diego County. It's not only the second largest county in the state of California, but it's going to have an even greater need based on the overall numbers, which was something to the equivalent of 2,060 over a 10-year period in terms of expected individuals to fill those roles for dental hygiene. So that's greater than 1,700, I believe, and I can't remember in change right now, the exact number for the Inland Empire Riverside. So I wanted to emphasize, due to that greater need, there was a discussion amongst executive team members, but as well as the leadership for the program as to what would be best. And so there was a focus to emphasize the development of the program in San Diego County as a result. So that is another reason for our pivot to San Diego County.
And presumably, wouldn't that have been identified before you submitted the original proposal?
Well, I just wanted to mention the percentages is what throws us off because everyone typically looks to the actual growth percentage. But you're correct. It was an oversight on our part. And so that's something that we too take ownership for. But in terms of the overall numbers, in terms of dental hygienists for that area, that was something that we observed, and hence the reason why we made the transition.
And then also to looking into the resources as well for institutional resources that we have to serve that population to help to close that workforce gap. And San Diego, we have stronger resources as far as space allocation to be able to help to close that gap. If we were in Riverside, we only had enough space for a very small number of graduates to come out. As opposed to San Diego, we have more resources to be able to allocate to the dental hygiene program. So if you guys are able to look at, I don't know if you guys saw the Riverside, I don't even know if that came up because we submitted that before, but the space that we had allocated to Riverside was so small. We were able to do it, but it wasn't on a scale that deliver the quality that we were really looking for. So being in San Diego, being able to deliver that quality education on a larger scale to the students was like something that was just like, yes, that's what we need. A larger clinic to be able to help with that workforce gap closure. And then again, the need is much larger in San Diego County than it is in Riverside County, Riverside/San Bernardino.
So if I may add, I believe there are only 2 programs in the San Diego County region. So that was another factor that came into this. So there's numerous variables that we factored in to reach this decision, ultimately to serve a need. And so that's part of the reason why, again, we transitioned.
Sonia Hansen, I do have a question. You mentioned something about the overturn. Were you talking about the overturn hygienists now staying in place? When you were talking about the reason, the movement, the pivoting,
So these
San
numbers,
Diego had a higher overturn.
agreed.
Can you
San
specify?
Diego will have a higher number of individuals who are either retiring or exiting the force as a result. Hence the transition, the need of the overall numbers that we cited in terms of the feasibility study itself.
So retirement and not staying in one place.
Correct. Correct.
And the statistics come from,
The EDD.
I know you I looked at it, but I strolled to a different area, but
No, you're fine.
I just wanted to know where they're coming from too.
The statistics are coming from
I believe it's the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for that region.
for that one, we're looking at California EDD labor market employment projections for 2022 to 2032.
22 to 32 is a big gap.
Yes, it's a 10-year projection from EDD, yeah. And then if you look at the feasibility, not the feasibility study, the notes, it's on page 101. The very bottom table is for the San Diego region.
101?
101.
Okay, thank you.
Other board member comments?
This is Michael Long. Good morning. We know there's a growing need for dental hygiene faculty across the state, and faculty requires a bachelor's degree. I noticed that your San Diego campus offers a bachelor in nursing. Why are you opting not to have a bachelor's of science in dental hygiene?
I'll start. That's a phenomenal question, and that is something that we definitely are want to transition to in the future. We strongly stand behind the board and the transition for dental hygiene as a whole, kind of pivoting towards that bachelor's program, not just for teachers, but as an entry-level bachelor's as well for dental hygienists. So right now, our main priority is creating a quality program, a sustainable quality program. And then after that, we're 100% going to be looking into expanding into bachelor's or even more advanced degrees possibly in the future as well. Yes.
I recall when we had this discussion, you were also looking at a degree completion program that you were looking into.
Yes, correct. Yeah, absolutely. Degree completion, and we've also been discussing possible master's programs in the future. But our top main priority is getting a quality program started to help with this, workforce gap.
May I ask, is it that much more challenging to start with a bachelor's program than it is with an associate's program?
I like that question. It's a great question. No, it's not. There's a lot of factors that went into building the program, and from the associates to the bachelor's, because we initially were looking at the bachelor's structure and how it would work. Another main deciding factor is just the time it takes even to get those students out to the workforce. So to help with that workforce gap that we have, it's so large. And in the San Diego region, there's roughly about 119 graduates per year. And I would say every other year because I know Concord, San Diego, they do graduate, I believe, every other year, two cohorts, one cohort, two cohorts, one cohort, two cohorts. So that 119 graduate projection is actually in every other year. So it's a smaller amount than that. So to create this consistent workflow to the workflow market, that's where the associate degree comes in to start with. So that's our initial goal is just that. Not to say that that's the end goal. We 100% support the bachelor's, even if we end up doing, bachelor's completion, seeing how that works into the equation. But yeah, no, absolutely. That is something we are working towards in the near future. But as of right now, it is a focus for the associates for many reasons. No, it's not that much harder at all. We've already created a bachelor's program. Dr. Petty has worked, she knows, she's seen it. But after looking at all the data, the statistics, it just works best for the community, for the workforce to do the associates at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Elginer.
Good morning again. I'm curious also about the point of differentiation, which seems to be built into your proposal, which is the 5 to 6 month program as opposed to the 7 to 8 month. You mentioned, Amber, several times the quality degree program that you're emphasizing. I'd like to have a better sense of how you're working to ensure quality degree in a duration of the program, which is presumably 3 months, 2 to 3 months shorter. And I need to have a better sense of what that would include.
Yes, no, I love that question as well too. So the planning for this is very, very strategic. We really want to keep the cohort sizes small. So in order to do that, we want to be able to, let me focus here. So we want to be able to keep the cohort sizes small. So having a cohort of only 24 students, but then having a consistent output will help with the demand of the workforce as well too. But we want to be able to keep the cohorts within like a 24. Go ahead.
Oh, my apologies.
No, you're
I
good.
just wanted to mention that I believe you're referencing the starts, 5 to 6 months versus 7 to 8 months.
Correct.
So it's really the programs, the two cohorts wouldn't vary at all in terms of the education, the expected outputs, in terms of the curriculum. It would just be a matter of the number of starts that we would have for any given year in this case. Hence the reason why we're advocating for a 5 to 6 month period in terms of consideration for starting our first cohort or starting a follow-up cohort.
I think Dr. Petty also had, thank you.
Just to be clear, like you said, the starts are 5 to 6 months. All the programs will remain the 9 semesters or the 9 terms. So it's just, they'll have more students rotating through the classrooms and clinics. And so if you look on she and I worked it out, the sometimes, they're going to be working till the evenings, through the evenings. So to accommodate all the students through those transitions. So
Faculty would be working through the evenings?
yes, they'll have some faculty, come in for the evening clinics or what have you. But their starts are going to be every 5 to 6 months. And then the program will be 9 terms for all of them. And then just at some times when, the different cohorts will overlap that need clinic time, there's going to be staggered clinics. So there's no change in program length. I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you for clarifying. I do have to say, and perhaps I want to believe that you've given serious consideration to this. Rolling starts like that, it's very hard to manage. And I say that simply because I also teach in our MHA program at UCLA, and we have new students that start every quarter as opposed to one time per year. And I will just say, having been through this for 5 years, it is a very different animal when you have students that are starting every single quarter as opposed to one start per year. So I'll just caution you in terms of the administrative support that's required beyond the faculty, the student support services, financial aid, like all of those other kinds of things. Everything increases considerably.
If I may, I wanted to add that Stanford University has been operational now for 30 years. And the last 10 years in particular, we've added 3 different campuses. We're answerable to multiple accrediting bodies, including the BVMPT, BRN. These are state licensing bodies, of course, but also CCNE, which is for our nursing program, as well as ACCSC, pardon me, our institutional accreditor. We do have these starts continually for all of our campuses and for all of our programs, which includes vocational nursing, as well as our Bachelor of Science in Nursing, as well as our MSOT program, which is Master of Science in Occupational Therapy, and our Physical Therapy Assistant and Occupational Therapy Assistant programs. For San Diego campus right now, the good news is that there is only one program we have that has just 1 star per year, and that is currently our vocational nursing program. So we have the capacity institutionally to be able to address this, plus the experience, because there's many other individuals like myself that have at least a decade of experience or more working at the institution. So we're very much aware of that, especially when it comes to student services, which we have received award for that in the past, not only from CAPS, but also from our accrediting body. So there's a recognition that we do make efforts towards our students and their needs. Yes.
Thank you for that. And I have a follow-up question. Amber, will you be the program director for this program, or are there plans to hire a new program director? And my second follow-up question is, will that person be on site in San Diego?
Yes, correct. So I am anticipated to be the program director on site in San Diego.
Okay, thank you.
Sony Henson, I'm going to piggyback on Julie Algener. And in regards to those semesters overlapping each other, coming from a student,
Yes.
which I been there. To me, it seems very challenging, not just for the students, but as well as for the staff. And it can become very overwhelming for all of them. So I felt that it deteriorates the amount of that you can spend on the student in practice and lab and everything else. So therefore, there's a slagging on some students doing good, some students not doing so well, right? So that's just to give you feedback as a student. The other statistics that I looked at it, and correcting me if I'm wrong, passing grades. You mentioned about having other technical vocationals and all that. Your passing grades for your nursing program weren't that great. So your expectations are the new program coming in and overlapping this and going from this fast speed, bringing some more on your first starter makes me kind of wonder how good of education they're actually going to get from the beginning when you're starting. You want to make the first impression. So that will be my feedback. Maybe you want to consider. I know your proposal is great and you're doing all this and you have these great ideas, but it's not just bringing money and bringing numbers. It's also looking at the scores, looking at how, if the scores are not good and they have to repass, later on, we as a board going to be working with those because it's going to be some deficiencies on their duties. And just a feedback to you guys.
Mhm. I just wanted to emphasize, Stanford University has taken a great deal of, I want to say pride, if you will, in terms of the success of our students. And I wanted to address the vocational nursing students in particular. When you look at all of our programs in terms of our overall graduation rates, yeah, there were some fluctuations, especially when it came to the OTA programs in particular and the VM programs. But the program that you're referencing right now is the VM diploma program. That program has already been taught out. Secondly, I wanted to emphasize that the BVMPT we report to yearly. We report to the ACCSC, our institutional creditor, yearly. We have received no marks for that. In fact, our Orange County campus received a School of Excellence Award recently from the ACCSC. Our numbers, we take great pride in. We work with those students, and even if a student doesn't necessarily complete the program, we'll go through diligent efforts through mediation to bring them back in. That is our intent. That is our goal, to see as many of these students get through the program as possible. Now, understandably, our OT programs and our BSN programs and whatnot have seen great strides in terms of overall completion. But even the vocational nursing diploma program actually had a very good, if not a great, licensure passage rate. So I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, but more importantly, to mention that at no point ever have we received any sort of mark from any of the accrediting bodies or state licensing bodies with regard to our vocational nursing program. Plus, the associate program, which is now the vocational nursing program, actually has seen a slight increase in terms of the number of graduates. And that is our goal, and that's our intent. Hence the reason why we do have a student services department that's dedicated to working with them to help them in terms of meeting their educational goals. Many of these students come from, I want to say, underserved communities. And so that's our goal, is to work with them and to try to bring them along to allow them to succeed.
And I just want to chime in as well to Ms. Hanson. I'm very happy that you brought that up. I worked very closely with Dr. Petty, and from a personal standpoint, it was good to kind of broaden my scope, because I was so focused on just dental hygiene, right? And Dr. Petty's like, well, you need to look at everything as a whole. Look at this, vocational nursing program as well. Let's look at these numbers. Let's see what's going on. You don't want to start a program and have a student coming in already like at a deficiency or having anything wrong with that. So I took that to heart, and I really, really analyzed what was happening. What are we doing now to, increase that or to mitigate those circumstances for that in particular program? Granted, vocational nursing, dental hygiene, completely different programs, completely different dynamic of students. However, working with Dr. Petty, I didn't just want to overlook that or just kind of like say, "Oh, okay, that's them. That's not going to be us." In building this program, I really, really honed in on a few key factors to ensure the success of the students. So first, I learned a great deal, um, starting with even just the application process. So from even that, I incorporated an application process that was a little bit more rigorous and holistic. So not to take only the students for the dental hygiene in particular. I created it to where it doesn't only take in the students like academic accolades, but also looking at the student holistically. How are they professionally, ethically? How's their drive to make sure that they can sustain the rigor of a dental hygiene program? And then also what entities were put in place for those vocational nursing students so that we can start to progress to graduation or to a better retention in that area. And one of the biggest things was their student services department, and that's something that I've incorporated for the dental hygiene program right from inception. So incorporating those student services from the very inception of the program and following through, and then of course having programmatic student advisors, but an overarching student services as well too was something that we looked at. So that's very valid, very, very valid, something that, Dr. Petty had definitely looked at and saw from the very beginning, and that I took very serious and incorporated that statistic into building the dental hygiene program so that we are successful, not just, graduating students, but we want the students to be well-rounded. We want them to pass the boards, be qualified hygienists, be ethical, professional, and have a good impact. And most importantly, I don't want to start a program with my name on it too, and then it not be something proud of for the dental hygiene profession. I've been in the profession for a while now, and it's something that I hold near and dear to my heart. And so when I'm saying that I'm working for this institution, I want to create a program that is up to par, that is a good program, that is upstanding and has a reputation of being that as well too. Luckily, the university already has a good reputation, but we don't have that yet for dental hygiene, and that's a goal that I want to have and maintain. So I did definitely take that seriously and incorporated it into the program itself and the way we're building it out for student services. So thank you for that.
Sonia Hansen, thank you for your explanation. And first of all, I want to say I can truly trust Dr. Petty. She's extremely detailed. She was my instructor, and passing grade wasn't the grade until she's like, I have to point out. So in that word, I would trust the fact to say I had to work really hard to pass her class, but is what is needed. Okay, nothing bad about that. It's just an excellence of academia. But the concerning part of it is that it's not just about the statistics. And I'm glad that you guys consider looking into the vocational part of the nursing, because looking at the scores, degraded over time. They didn't get better, they went worse. So there's something happening in that section, totally different than hygiene, I get it. But when we look as a students and overall school, we're not just looking at the program, we're looking at the whole institution. And the whole institution doesn't carry weight. We're not going to carry weight. It is the whole thing, whether it's nursing, technical engineering, it doesn't matter. It shows and depicts the statistics of the school being consistent with the students being a consistent grading and a consistent excellence of a committee. So I'm glad that you're looking into it. I will suggest strongly, we love to hear an excitement of you guys. It looks like you guys been doing a lot of work. I don't have the brain that you guys have to do that work, so congratulations on that. But look in a little bit more detail, how can you more further enhance those numbers, not just to get the numbers, but I mean the academia part, and make sure that it encompasses a great program coming up.
No, absolutely. Sorry, Gary, not to cut you off. But I just want to preface that too by
Mhm.
saying that if you look on page 119, actually 100, it starts 118, 119. So yeah, the statistics don't look great for the licensed vocational nursing diploma program. However, if you look at the graduation rates or the retention for all the other programs, they're quite high. So, I don't want it to seem like the institution as a whole it doesn't look good. It actually looks very, very well for all other programs. It's just that licensed vocational nursing program. From my understanding too, it's just a different dynamic of students that come into the program, and that the university is very highly focused on supporting and helping and continuing to grow. But if you look at, for instance, like what am I looking at here?
Angeles branch,
Yes. which one?
45%.
Oh, you're looking at vocational nursing again? I'm sorry, I was bringing it to the attention of the other programs, like for instance, the Orange County campus, OTA 93%.
That was
This is
69
119.
years. Mm.
Yeah, so it's just that vocational nursing program. Like if you look at the other numbers, MSOT 94%, what else are we at? PTA 80%. So all the other programs, OTA 85%, 94%. So it's just that vocational nursing program that is struggling. So I just want to preface that to the board so you guys know it's not the institution as a whole. It's in particular program.
So if I may, the years that we're also looking at with regard to declining numbers, which we completely agree, we do not accept that. In fact, we've made it an effort, dedicated effort to acknowledge it and develop plans of action to address it. And we've been working with our students diligently to accomplish that. In terms of the program itself, that was the LVN program. That was the LVN diploma program. And we can talk about 2020 to 2021 in terms of COVID, and we can talk about declining numbers partially being impacted. I'm not going to say that that had the entire impact on that, but it definitely had an impact, especially when you think about the vocational nursing program and clinicals and inavailability of those clinicals. So in any event, that naturally had a serious impact on those students. Plus, vocational nursing students statewide have a certain set of challenges because the program itself typically is a diploma program. We've transitioned to an AVN program to an associate. And the one thing I do want to mention is the most recent graduate numbers. Yeah, they aren't necessarily the dramatic increase that we're all hoping for, but 56% for LA and 53% for OC. So that is an increase. It is an increase no matter what, whether it's a large one or not. And it's definitely trending in the right direction when you consider that all of our programs, whether it's our occupational therapy, BSN in particular, the Bachelor of Science in Nursing, physical therapy assistant, they all had in their most recent numbers 80% or above. So we're definitely seeing trends, even in those programs that may have had some declines in years past. We've seen everything trending upwards. So institutionally, I'm very proud to say we definitely made it our mandate to try to do something to ensure that those numbers go up. But we do acknowledge it, and we don't accept it in ourselves either.
Sorry, one more question. And you guys are collaborating with the dean of the department
Yes.
in your institution?
That would be
Sometimes those are far apart.
no. Actually, we collaborate directly with the Vice President of Instruction, in this case, Dr. Kelly Hamilton. Dr. Hamilton and myself have worked together very closely. We came to Stanbridge around the same time. I think I came in on December 1st, 2017, and she came in shortly thereafter. I want to say about 3 or 4 months following me. She's been intimately involved in terms of participating with the curriculum, working with Ms. Amber. She is wonderful. So yes, she is involved in every single aspect of our business. Absolutely.
Other board member questions?
Just for clarification, Mr. Lopez, you used the term taught out earlier, and is that just the between the diploma and the degree for the vocational nurse?
That's correct. So we transitioned there was a need that we identified that students actually acquire the associates at least a degree level. And so there was a transition from the diploma to the associate program, yes. So vocational nursing, in essence, we're still fully approved and recognized by the Board of Vocational Nursing. And it is a program that meets all of their requirements, but it is just a transition in essence. But the reason why I use the term taught out is because that's the term that ACCSC has, and that's a term, that is the form that I fill out for the ACCSC, which is our institutional accreditor.
I do have one more question. You mentioned, Amber, earlier that you are intending to keep cohorts sizes small at 24 was the number that you shared. Yet in the letter of intent that was provided as of March 13th, 2026, and this was signed by, let's see, Yasith Suryari? Close? Please
We're
correct me.
Syria.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, his name is Yasith Weir Syria.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. This is on the page 97 of our course packet. It specifically states that the cohort is intended to be 30 students, the anticipated 30. So that's a discrepancy of 6. And if, as you were mentioning earlier, with program quality, student services, all those other kinds of things intended at 24, is the number 24 or is it 30?
It's 24, correct. So our initial, when we created the letter of intent, it was initially going to try to be 30, but the more I looked into it and looking at the resources and everything, I really advocated for that 24, and got support from the institution to keep it at that 24.
So my follow-up question is, there was nothing that was submitted that revised that number from 30 to 24, right? We have not received anything that number would actually be lower at 24.
Correct. No, everything is it was just that initial letter of intent. And then once we put in the actual feasibility study is all at 24.
Does that include the financial projections? Is that at 30 or 24?
It's at 24. Everything in the feasibility study is at 24.
So it seems like then a revised intent should have been provided, that it was actually 24, not 30, because that's the content that we have here. It's inconsistent if you're using 24 for your financials, but you're using 30 for other documents. I do want to make note that there is an inconsistency then in the materials that we received.
Thank you for that.
One more question, please. Just clarification. On page, let's see. On the feasibility study, under the section clinical facility on page 72 to 74, in the media material, it talks about running 3 cohorts. Cohorts will be running at the same time starting on a date. And then the graph on page 42 under projected semester start dates reflects 5 cohorts on campus at the same time. So I'm just going back to,
I'm sorry. Can you tell me again what page are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 74.
And are you looking at the feasibility study or the materials,
Materials.
for the HBC? Okay.
Materials page 74. 3 cohorts will be running at all times starting on July 17th, 2029. Then on page 42, you have a projected semester start dates, a graph that shows the 5 cohorts with overlapping the first cohort and the 5th cohort. And so it doesn't, if you could clarify that, please.
I'm sorry. I'm not finding where you're looking at page 42. Are you looking at the small graph where it says the initial review?
That is correct.
July 20. So that was previous for the different program in Riverside. So we submitted 2 different feasibility studies. We submitted one for Riverside and one for San Diego. So that's, you can, if you look at page, I'll show you the actual graph on page, or scheduling, I should say. It is on page. And I have it, term schedules right here.
So,
Go ahead.
so the San Diego feasibility study starts on page 102. So I included both the previous and the current because it was, some documentation overlapped, or not overlapped, but was in one, not the other. So the San Diego is actually on page 102.
Thank you, but um, you're scratching out Riverside on page 42 on the top of that and replacing it with San Diego.
Right, because I had to review two different feasibility studies. So the initial, give me 1 second.
And Mr. Long, while she's looking for that, if you want to look at the schedules for San Diego, with the 3 cohorts starting, they actually start in May, and that's on page 183 and 184. And that would show full capacity, and it would show how the cohorts would run simultaneously with each other.
And the first 3, so initial review and October 1st, 2025 review, that was of Riverside. And then the second resubmission and the response is the San Diego. So what happened was they did that switch in between the first resubmission and the second resubmission, and then their responses in that final column that I left for you. So if you look at that towards the end of that, let me find it. They're all the corrected areas. So starting on page, oh, jumping Jiminy Crickets, hang on. Starting on page, I have to scroll through because it's not. Bear with me, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, Adina. There's only 500 pages to review, so I don't know why you can't just find it. I mean,
I know,
jeez Louise.
yeah, it was a bit of work. So they submitted their corrections with this document, so I don't wanna.
While you're searching, Dr. Petty, I have a couple of questions. Looking at page 184 and reading the materials, it's my understanding that this program will be a hybrid program.
Yes. Yeah. So there will be like the general education. It does include the general education courses. The schedules that you're looking at is only for core curriculum. So only once they get into the dental hygiene component. And there will be some classes that are some hours in person, some hours online, correct?
Yeah, I had a hard time looking at the curriculum, figuring out what was going to be hybrid, what was going to be distance education, whether it was going to be synchronous, asynchronous. Is that listed?
Yes, hold on. Let me find the page for you and I can show you exactly where that is at.
And Board Member Long, the change in the overlap, you'll see on page 95.
Ms. Pacheco, if you look at page 175, you'll be able to see the different terms. Terms 1, 2, and 3 are general education. Terms 4 through 9 are the core. And then you can see what we anticipate to be blended courses, and then also the amount of hours that we intend to be online, and then the amount of hours we intend to be on ground. Let's see. I'm going to start from term 4 since that's the hygiene one. So if you look at column 2, 3, 4, the modality will tell you if it's ground or blended. It'll tell you how many hours, and then online/ground. So the first column will be online and then slash the ground hours. So there's some courses where, of course, they'd be fully on ground or blended. If that answers, does that help?
So in the meeting materials, I don't see a graph in the meeting materials, page 174.
175, I'm sorry.
And so when it says blended, is that synchronous, asynchronous?
So we haven't determined that far yet, and every course will probably be different. So it just depends. I'm leaning more towards asynchronous. However, there may be some courses that require it to be synchronous. But as of now, I'm leaning towards asynchronous.
Sorry, out of the 500 something pages, I can't seem to find a description for what you mean online, blended, and all that. Do you have a reference? I know not all of us are as smart as you guys, but
I didn't print every single page, but that should be on.
so the definition of each, what you mean by.
Exactly what you mean. I didn't print all of the pages, but it is on there. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through it.
On my screen.
I might have it on here. Let me see. Yeah, actually, if that's okay. I only printed up to, I think, like 200 or something. Let me see. Sorry, guys.
It's all right.
You might be able, there's probably a hard copy over there. Oh, I see she's grabbing it.
Oh, here we go. Okay. I see some here. All right. It looks like page 164. That is. Okay, you're
Yeah,
welcome.
this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. The definition for blended and online courses is on page 166 of the meeting materials.
Thank you, Mr. Lim.
Just a, Julie Elginer, this is a quick follow-up question. So am I understanding that I heard you correctly, that you are considering courses that have labs to be blended, so which would be asynchronous? So how would inorganic chemistry with lab an asynchronous? Similarly, other courses that are listed here with labs, general microbiology with lab, asynchronous, because it's listed as blended. Psychobio with lab, asynchronous. That's a bit concerning to me. Lab courses that are asynchronous, how do you ensure for proper understanding of the lab techniques, lack of use of AI for cheating purposes, like all of those other kinds of things? I'm a bit concerned as someone who teaches both synchronously and asynchronously lab specific courses. I'd like to learn more about that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So when I'm saying asynchronous, that will only be for didactic portions. There's no labs, no clinics that will be asynchronous at all. All labs, all clinics are 100% on ground and in person.
So I might suggest then that you revise the chart that's on page 175 of our meeting materials, but it's page 77 of your meeting materials, to any courses that are listed with a lab, that they are revised, or there's an asterisk or something designating that the lab portion would not be asynchronous and would in fact be ground based on your definitions.
Got it. I can definitely do that. Great observation. Thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely do that.
And then my last comment was the cost of the program. So for an associate's degree, it's $94,000.
Correct. I believe that's total with everything. I want to say it was a little under that, but after all in costs for the students, yes, it'd be roughly around that amount. And that's with supplies, I believe. So tuition itself was projected at 84, roughly around 85,000. But after, getting books, supplies, instruments, all those things, it comes out to roughly about 95,000.
As a program, I look at the description of your kits. As a institution, are you guys getting the institutional price? Because it doesn't seem in the fair market value.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
On your list of supplies.
Yes.
They come in from Hugh Freedy.
Yes.
There's other suppliers which are a lot lower than Hugh Freedy.
Oh, yeah, I've been working with other distributors as well.
So for one of us a student, that's a huge amount of money coming out, but you guys saying that you're providing that and the huge amount of money you're charging. right? So look into lower cost to maybe reduce the cost to your program.
No, absolutely. All the projections on here, even the projections for the startup costs are higher projections. When I'm presenting
Based
this
on,
you got it. When I'm presenting this to leadership, I want to over project the cost of starting the program as opposed to under projecting it. But no, absolutely. I've been working with other distributors for instruments as well too, dental loops. Like this is not the end all be all. This is just our projected what we anticipate. Of course, like the instruments itself, we want to have those, but do we have to go with this distributor or can they offer us better deals? Definitely a possibility. But for everything, I mean, even clinical chairs, everything, I went with the higher end um, quotes, I should say, higher end, just so that when I give it to the institution, so they can see the leadership. So I give it to leadership so they can see the cost or how much this will possibly cost to start up this program, that they're comfortable with the numbers, that we can do it. And if we come in lower, that's great. But, that's,
a guesstimate to,
you got it. It's just an estimate. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I went with just a higher estimate just to be safe.
thank you.
Thank you. This is Joanne Pacheco again. This is for Mr. Lopez. So you had mentioned earlier that these programs are designed for access and underserved students. What is your experience for financial aid for students looking at this program?
When it comes to the financial aid side, we do have our teams in place. I can't really speak to the details with regard to financial aid. I do know that we have programs in place to help work with the students in terms of getting their paperwork and everything completed, their FAFSA and whatnot. But we do have some scholarships and awards that are provided to students upon their application and acceptance. Um, there's other opportunities, including federal work study and things of that nature, to help them with their overall cost. Because I agree with you in terms of tuition, it's far too high nationally. This is something that we all have to work towards. But in terms of the exact details right now, I'm unable to speak to that other than what I've mentioned.
And then another follow-up question in comparison to other programs that offer baccalaureate degrees. Um, is it a similar cost for a baccalaureate at $94,000?
So I did look into this as well too. It just depends on the institution. Of course, like community colleges that offer bachelor's degrees is completely different than the for-profit sector. Um, um, as far as the cost, but looking at the costs as an institution and looking at comparable institutions, we're right comparable with the other ones. Actually, a little slightly under, but right in there with other institutions um, for associate's degrees. But I mean, if we put that into bachelor's, you know, we're right there as well. But I did do a comparison for institutions.
Yeah, so that would have been my question. Like, what would have been the cost differential to offer a baccalaureate over an associate's degree?
Yes, no.
How much
And
more for the student?
yeah, we looked into that as well too. And I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, because we started off initially trying to do, the bachelor's degree program, I want to say that was roughly around 120 or something. And it wasn't even the cost. Like the president of the school is, um, I'm trying to think of a good word for it. He's very passionate, and he wanted to support this bachelor's. He wanted to support the bachelor's all the way, so much so that he was even like, what if we offer the bachelor's at the associate's level and then still do the bachelor's? And so we were looking at so many different aspects on how to keep the bachelor's, because like I said earlier, um, that I'm passionate for dental hygiene, and he can see that, and he knows, and he spoke with Dr. Petty as well too. So we're doing everything we could to kind of keep that bachelor's model, but it wasn't feasible for what the workforce demand and what they needed and the students need. So we kind kind of pivoted to, okay, now let's make sure we get this program, the associates program, let's get this running. Let's establish a quality program, establish a foundation name for the institution for hygiene, for the institution for the hygiene department. And then, bring that up later, even if he's also discussed, this has not come to fruition. This is just discussion. Is even discussed if we possibly do a degree completion program at no cost for the students that complete the associate's degree program at our institution. That has not come to fruition. That's not something we're focused on right now, but that is something in the works. So it's not necessarily the money of it. It's just the quality of the education that we're giving and making sure that we're meeting the needs of the students, regardless kind of their background. So yes, so the cost, roughly maybe $20,000 or $30,000 was a difference when we calculated it, but that wasn't a big factor for the institution as a whole, for the CEO and the president. It was more, how can we get this quality and how can we still get this to students? And is it possible in the future for us to still give this to the students at this cost? So like I said, it hasn't come to fruition. It's just discussion, just something we've been discussing and talking about, because we are really trying to get to that bachelor's overall in the long run.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Other board member
I
comments?
do have one quick follow-up comment to that. I'm looking at the materials that were provided. This is on the meeting materials that we have, page 265. And it is, I know you printed the first 200. Do you need the other materials? No, don't apologize. The trees are thanking you. That's why we have one copy available. We'll share as part of this. So I'm looking at the materials that were provided around the associate degrees in vocational nursing, in a full-time program, a part-time program, the bachelor's. But for the San Diego campus specifically, and of course, previous to that are the Riverside campuses, the Los Angeles campus, and so forth. The step up for an associate's degree in vocational nursing of 41,000 versus the 94,000 that you are projecting, that's more than twice the cost for an associate's degree. So as a follow-up question, this seems completely out of line with what the San Diego area and what you are already offering in the San Diego area.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I can see the concern there. Absolutely. So the difference is, for Stanbridge, we are gearing to have a clinic on campus. So with the vocational nursing program, with the other programs, they do their clinicals off-site. So there's no overhead, there's no cost for those off-site clinics, right? For them to operate, for us to operate, for them to do the clinicals. For us to run clinics on Stanbridge campus and to have a clinic of the size that we're looking at, that costs money as well too. So I did budget that into our costs, our run-up costs, but it costs a monthly budget to run those clinics, to be open to the public. And our initial goal is to have that clinic, because of course we want to be a public service as well too in that area. So we want to help to serve underprivileged communities. So we want to run that clinic free of cost to patients. In order to do that, we have to have a budget that's kind of aligned, or that meets up in many different ways. So it's quite a large clinic if you look at the scale of the clinic, and then the students that we have going in with the patient flow. So that's one of the main factors. But yeah, like as you addressed, the vocational nursing program, when they do their clinicals, they're doing them off-site. And then also to do them on-site, we're also talking about overhead costs as well, instructors, dentists that have to be staffed. So we're looking at multiple factors that costs more, unfortunately, for that dental hygiene program.
Are any of your programs on site? For example, the Associate of Occupational Therapy, that's a full-time program that's based in the Alhambra. Is that an on-site clinic?
No, so we have labs, so simulation labs, like Hygiene has simulation labs as well. So other programs all have simulation labs on site. However, their actual clinicals are off site. Hygiene will be the only on site clinic that we're going to be fully operational and hopefully being a public service, a public good as well too.
Across all of Stanbridge?
Well, we're only looking at San Diego right now. Oh, you mean for the other programs?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Gary can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe all the other programs go off-site for their clinical experiences.
That is correct.
This is Joanne Pacheco again. Using that same rationale that you used, you have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing for 151. Do the nursing students also go off-site for clinicals?
They do go off-site for clinicals, yes.
So then it's 151,000 for that program, but there is no on-site clinic for
Correct.
nursing.
Yes.
Sony Hansen, just the last question for me probably. And you say this is an underserved community?
There's still aspects in the community that are underserved. So when I was doing the need assessments for that area, there's still like pregnant, Medi-Cal, low income. The median income is pretty high for the San Diego County, but there's still underserved populations in that area. Yes.
Is there a percentage of how many of the community will be participating or anticipated to participate into the program?
No, I don't know, but I am working diligently to start to build partnerships because that is a huge goal of the university, of course, too. We want to be a public service as well. So we want to build partnerships and help, veterans in that area as well. Like I said, Medi-Cal, children, pregnant, that community, but I don't have an exact percentage, no. I will be working on self-study. Well, I've been working on it, but getting in more diligently and trying to build those partnerships to hopefully, soon I have better detailed statistics on that.
Yeah, just concerned because if it's underserved at 95,000, I was never underserved, overserved. I was never in any one of those. I was in between. My program was one price of one semester of yours. Big difference. And even then, I had to renounce working, so that meant no income. So financing 95,000 seems to be a pretty large amount for underserved community. So that's concerning.
Yes, no, absolutely. I know what you mean. So I'm not saying the community as a whole, but I'm just saying in the public health sector, there are areas that are still underserved in the San Diego area as I did the needs assessment. But great, I understand, great, all the way. We would take that into consideration for sure and look at those.
I have one question. So I did not see anything regarding the student attrition rates across your programs. And one of the things that we have noticed during COVID was there's a lot of attrition in the hygiene programs itself too. So that happens because of multiple reasons, right? Like students getting into the program, not knowing the difficulties, the clinical skills aspect, which could be really daunting for the students once they come in and they think that's not the right thing. How are you really thinking of, and it's exciting to add a new program because people might want to join and they think hygiene is a great profession and come in and then realize. So what supporting structure you have for students to prepare them pre-courses adequately, so when they're making the choices, they have the flavor of what hygiene would be, so your attrition could be lower.
Okay. I'll start by speaking to our student services program. We actually have a department. I know I can speak to every campus has student service officers. These are individuals who are dedicated to monitoring student attendance, also monitoring student grades. They report back on a regular basis to leadership, whether that's program leadership or executive leadership in terms of student progress. But more importantly, they actually follow up with the students themselves. That's through emails, through phone calls. Now, this occurs at every campus. There is one director who oversees overall, like in an executive role. But each campus has its own set of officers and directors. The student services team also oversees remediations because much with the examinations, if there's a final examination or or what we label as a content mastery assessment for the nursing programs. They will aid with getting tutors, either with faculty or with fellow students who may be advanced and seek that to try to help out others. So we have a very robust student services program across the university. This is something that we have built out, that leadership has had in place for quite some time. I'll let Ms. Ember speak.
Him to speak on institutional level because I'm, hygiene focused. So over the years of being in hygiene, there's a huge, first, especially speaking on tuition and the amount of tuition, there's no student, not even one student that I want to come into a program and get in any amount of debt and not complete the program and pass the boards and be hired as a hygienist. That's the ultimate goal, is for them to be qualified, ethical hygienist in the long run, not to have someone start the program and not be able to finish it. Foundational, it's multifactual. So foundational, it starts with faculty. It's an entire teamwork. It's an entire team to make sure these students are sustained and have a good experience in the program. Students leave for many different reasons, many different factors, but especially when you come into a program and you're paying such a large amount of money, we want to support them every single step of the way as we can. But it starts with that foundation, and I believe that first instructors are pivotal to this, like having a good team, having that communication, being able to support students, having student support as in like mentorship. All of those are important. And then understanding students where they come from. And then that also goes into that having 24 students as a cohort, even though we're going to rotate in cohorts, but having a manageable cohort size helps to be able to genuinely support those students on level, because even one student that doesn't get past their boards is like devastating to me. When I was a director at, I know this institution, I'm a founding director, so I don't have students yet, but the other program that I was at, if even one student didn't get through, I was like devastated. I would be at work, I kid you guys not, till 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, sitting with students, working with them, creating different avenues for support for students. But support is big on multiple facets. It even goes down to their students' experience in the program, making sure that they're having a good experience. Is the curriculum too intense? Is it too much for instructors or for students? What am I looking at? How am I devising this program? So it's from the ground up, very foundational. But when I'm saying that for a programmatic level is because for me, it comes from the very, very inception. When we accept that first student, I have every intention of creating just support systems throughout the entire program. Because I don't want any student like to not get to attain their goal, regardless on what that takes. Of course, there's going to be, there's going to be some, but the goal is to have every single student successful, ethical, qualified hygienist practicing, not just, getting into the program. But there are institutional supports. Of course, I have, incorporated programmatic, and that goes to, student mentors, faculty mentors, having a set, agenda, but also supporting faculty is huge too. If I don't support the faculty well, they're not going to be able to support the students well. So it's a whole trickling down effect. So sorry if I kind of went off on a tangent, but it's a team. It's all of us.
Thank you. I see your passion for supporting the students and faculty, but also like making sure there is consistent evaluation periodically as is a new program, just to understand the experience so we can make the program better. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, absolutely.
Are there any other board member comments?
I have a question for Dr. Petty. Hi. This is a question internally. Do you feel as though you have the bandwidth to be able to support the motion that's been moved as a conditional approval? So to be able to have adding another program to your workflow?
is a very loaded question.
It's not intended to be. It's truly intended to be making sure that you are not and the staff is not overburdened, particularly with a new program that's going to require a lot of oversight.
My EO will speak for me.
Yeah, this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. That is a great question. However, that should not be the concern in regards to considering the approval of this, because if the board chooses to approve one new program, three new programs, whatever, it's up to myself in this position to get the appropriate resources to oversee that. So that's something that, is external of approval of this program. And it's, like you said, it's an internal issue that we should be considering. Thank you.
Agree, but I would counter to say that it is our responsibility as the board to take staffing into consideration as part of our overall responsibilities. So that was my question, without overburdening our staff.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? And I see one coming up to the table.
Joanne Galliano, subject matter expert, and I work with Dr. Petty doing the evaluations of existing programs. One of the things that I was looking at, I am the one usually who looks at the admissions. And so what I would have liked to have seen somewhere in this document is you have admissions, the prerequisites as part of your program. However, I don't see anything that specifically tells a student who's coming from another area what they need to do in terms of admissions requirements to be able to be accepted into the program. So somewhere in here, there should be, I would think, some kind of an admission policy that not only pertains to those that are starting through your program, but for those people that are also trying to transfer into your program. You have transfer rules and things like that. But again, I found nowhere where if I was a student wanting to come to your institution and I already had certain things done, what my grade had to be, could I repeat courses? Could I not repeat courses? So that would be a suggestion that it would have. The other thing I'd like to address is the pass rates for your other programs. I understand, where you're coming from with the pass rates. The pass rates are good, but your attrition rates are high in some of your programs. And I think that Dr. Elginer brought up a good point. At this point, is it wise for this board to approve rotating start on a 5 to 6 month basis when we don't have any evidence that they're going to be able to complete the program? That maybe for your first cohorts, this board makes the decision that no, it would have to be just one cohort every 8 to 9 months for the first year. And then after that, if it's successful with, or it would have to be more than first year, through the completion of the very first cohort. And then after that, actually increase your ability to take more students. So you have an opportunity to see if everything's in place and your attrition rates stay low enough that you can effectively manage faculty and staff for a much higher turnover that you're asking for. So I would like the board to consider maybe for initially, let's not say we're going to say 5 to 6 months, but let's say it's going to have to be the 8 to 9 months with the board's ability to come back in with you when you have your actual some rates of attrition, to come back and say, okay, at this point, because you're able to show that these students are able to complete, we're going to let you bring them in at a much faster pace. And then also to Dr. Elginer's question about the cost of the program to the students, this is typically the cost of the program to students in the proprietary schools, $94,000 to $120,000 in some of the proprietary schools. And coming from a community college background as a program director myself, it costs the college over $500,000 for me to graduate a class. So basically, what the the beauty of the community colleges is we're able to offer the program at a very, very low rate. But again, the problem we're having again with community colleges now is that a lot of the colleges, and Cabrillo is an example, a lot of the colleges, the cost to the college to run the program is so high that they're starting to say, I don't know if we want to do this anymore. So yeah, the cost is huge. And again, it is because, as Amber said, you're running a fully operational dental clinic. Costs a lot of money to bring patients in and to run a clinic and to do all the infection control and to have the staffing and all that. It just is, it's a phenomenal amount of money for any institution.
Thank you for that. And just to preface, there is on 153, it goes through all the students' admission criteria.
Hello, my name is Susan McLaren. I'm speaking primarily for myself. I applaud the board's deep dive into the educational aspects, so I have to disclose my prejudice on behalf of the individual applicants and graduates as a former instructor myself. And I also applaud the passion of Ms. Davis to create an excellent program. I have some questions about the data. I tried to slog through every page of the 900, and I also was struck by the comment that there were 2 local schools with only 111 graduates when the data that they were trying to present talked about the schools within a 100-mile radius. So I would like to see the number of graduates within 100 miles, because we know that applicants to dental hygiene schools come from all over the states and then go back to their home or wherever. And so the number of graduates from 2 very local programs to me would not seem to be an adequate description of the number of graduates. I am concerned about oversaturation of the area, even though I realize that San Diego is a high growth area. I would like to see data on the number of dentists per hygienist and their attrition, retirement, et cetera, as opposed to the number of graduates per population, because hygienists need to be employed by dentists. So that would be an important data point for me. I am worried about the oversaturation because of the impact on the individual applicants and graduates down the line, not necessarily at a point in time right now. So I would like to see the board take into consideration the increased applicant programs that are asking for increased enrollment, 2 programs in this particular, I think, meeting, and then, of course, taking into consideration the increase that has been, I think, approved for California Baptist University. And then finally, about the cost that we've been talking about, and I understand about clinics and the costs and all that, but take into consideration also the location of this particular campus is in a very high, expensive area where housing costs are really more. I saw a couple of different costs, 95,000 for the cost of the program. Then there was another 120K someplace else, but the housing costs would be it increase that for perhaps applicants who really can't afford that. So I would like to see some more comments about helping them in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McLaren. Any other in-person public comments? Seeing none, are we ready? Are there any other board member discussion or executive officer comments?
Yeah, this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I just wanted to remind the board members that in approving an educational program, we don't have any provisions to, respectfully deny a program just because of the costs of their actual like tuition or the costs of certain areas that they locate their schools. As an example, if you're getting a business degree, do you want to go to Sac State or do you want to go to Stanford? It's up to the student to make that determination. But I don't want to put a hurdle involved with, if this goes for Stanbridge or any other program that comes before this board, I don't want to put a hurdle, an artificial hurdle, just because of extensive dialogue that went on in regards to the cost and the cost of living in certain areas of the state to prohibit a program from being approved. So thank you.
Okay, so we do
President
have
Pacheco?
a motion. Did you want to adjust your motion?
No,
No.
not yet. I want to ask EOLUM if it's feasible for us to adjust the motion and part of the condition to be the adjustment to only allowing cohorts to start every 8 to 9 months for the first cohort.
That's Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Yeah, the maker of the motion can be open to an amended motion, but that's up to the board member to determine what that motion will be. The language that we provide is a suggested motion, and if there is an amendment, then the individual who makes the motion is open to the amendment, and then the person who seconded the motion will concur.
As the maker of the motion, I'd like to add that condition to open this up for discussion. That part of the condition be that the campus allows cohorts to enter every 9 months until the first graduating class. I can restate the motion, but I'm not quite sure how to put that in there.
Yeah, I was the second of that motion, and I would concur with that revision for the conditional approval to be based on the first cohort entering, and if I'm understanding this correctly, rather than having cohorts entering every 5 to 6 months, that the first cohort would enter and every 9 months and would proceed until we can monitor them every 4 months, which is what the motion allows for, and ensure consistency, educational standards, attrition rates, all of those kinds of things that we had identified.
So the motion stated updates every 4 months and site visits to confirm compliance prior to enrollment of the first cohort. So are you looking at conditional approval with updates every 4 months before and during the provisionally approval period? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, I'm looking based on our conversation, because it seemed as though consistently we were concerned about several aspects as a new program that would continue through the graduation of the first cohort.
And then I know you guys are still thinking, but and I appreciate you bringing this up, but if we can kind of look at, so the enrollment patterns go also with clinic, how the classes align with each other. So if we can give like a small window, like 7 to 8 months or 8 to 9 months instead of just 9 months, because it's a pattern, and I want to ensure that
Sure.
when I'm scheduling, I can.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think she was saying potentially 7 to 9 months is what Amber just shared. Is that correct?
Yeah, 7 to 9 will be 7 to 8, 7 to 9 will be idea. But if you guys can just consider that.
7 to 9. That's good.
This is Anthony Lam, Executive Officer. I think that provision could be added just to the end of the current motion as an additional condition. Thank you.
So would you like me to read it for you?
Thank you.
Okay. Motion for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to conditionally approve the new dental hygiene educational program offered by Stanbridge University. The condition being an extendable 2-year probation period once the program begins operations and pending compliance with updates every 4 months and site visits to confirm compliance prior to enrollment of the first cohort and during the conditional period. The campus will enroll students every 7 to 9 months. For how long? Until the first cohort graduates.
That's correct.
Is there a second on that motion?
I will oh, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. I was the original second, so I'll then go ahead and second that.
Thank you. Are there board member comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, we are ready to call the vote. I'd like to ask Crystal Uyama to please call the vote for the motion.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long, Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. And I think this is probably a very good time to take our 15-minute break. We will meet back at 11:05, 11:10, 11:10. Let's do 11:10. So we're going to reconvene the meeting, starting with agenda item number 4. Discussion and possible action regarding the Diablo Valley Dental Hygiene Educational Programs violations and request for support to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in dental hygiene. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. You will find the information on pages 504 through 527 in the board's meeting materials. The Dental Hygiene Board of California conducted a site visit at the Diablo Valley College Dental Hygiene Educational Program, also known as DVC, on October 14th of 2025. This site was generated due to the submission of DVC's Commission on Dental Accreditation, also known as CODA, self-study, as well as to the board's oversight goals to review all dental hygiene educational programs in California. To date, there have been 2 violations DVC has been unwilling to remedy into compliance since October 14th, 2025. Violation 1 is student clinical direct patient care hours, and violation 2, program director assignment compliance. On April 2nd of 2026, DVC requested reconsideration and dismissal of violations 1 and 2. Please refer to the board's May 29, 2026 site visit determination 6 as found on pages 508 through 510 of the board meeting materials. DVC's April 2nd, 2026 letter on pages 524 through 526 and DVC's June 30th, 2026 response to site visit determination 6 on pages 521 through 523 of the meeting materials. Regarding violation 1, staff acknowledges the importance of a clinical assistant rotation and does not advocate for eliminating this rotation. However, if DVC does not increase weekly direct patient care hours to accommodate for the clinical assistant rotation, students will be significantly short on weekly recommended direct patient care hours, which is crucial to developing student competency in patient care. I did a preclinical and clinical course comparison per the DVC 2025-2026 college catalog on pages 511 through 519 of the board's meeting materials. Regarding violation 2, staff maintains when the DVC Dental Hygiene Educational Program has program-specific courses that are providing during the summer session, which require direct program director oversight and supervision. DVC's program director should be present and available during that summer session. Please refer to staff's documentation of DVC summer schedules on page 520. The college catalog and the summer schedules were retrieved from the website on DVC on April 6th of 2026. Additionally, DVC requested from the board a letter of support for DVC's proposal to offer a Bachelor of Science and degree in dental hygiene. Please refer to DVC's April 17th, 2026 request for letter of support of BSDH degree on page 527 of the board's meeting materials. Staff recommends for the Educational Committee to 1, review the attached documentation and consider DVC's request for dismissal of violation 1 and violation 2, and to review the attached documentation and consider DVC's request for a letter of support for DVC's proposal to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in dental hygiene. We have at the table DVC representation, and I'd ask them to introduce themselves.
There we go. Now it is. Okay. I'm Tonette Steeb. I am the Director of Dental Hygiene, and I want to thank you for the time you spent with me at the last March meeting with regards to this, and I brought my dean with me today.
Good morning, Madam President and Board. Thank you for having me here today. I am Charles Ramos, the Dean of Biological and Physical Sciences, and I oversee I have oversight of our dental hygiene program as one of our career and transfer education programs.
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion on staff recommendation? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Member Long. I move for the Education Committee to review DVC's request for dismissal of violation 1, student clinical direct patient care hours, and violation 2, program director assignment compliance, and move to dismiss violation 1, dismiss violation 2 against DVC, DHEP. Additionally, I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to dismiss violation 1 and dismiss violation 2 against DVC, DHEP.
Is there a second?
This is Shri Ponala.
Dr. Panala,
Yes. I second.
are you seconding?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any board member discussions?
Yeah, this is Board Member Long. I want to state that I make this motion to dismiss the violation, but I don't, because my knowledge of making motions is to make it in such a way that it's in the positive, and I will, I don't agree with the motion, and I will make, I will not support this motion when it comes to a vote. So I think there's some confusion in how I have historically made motions in other organizations versus what we might do on the board. So with that said, I don't see that there's been, the requirements haven't been met. The requirements still haven't been met. And the violations should stand. So violation 1, the direct clinic hours, we look at the assistant rotation in the past, and that takes away from direct patient care. And as we understand it as a board, those hours are required. I know that DVC has presented in the past that the way that they determine those hours is different than the board determines it, but it's the board's determination. So I support the violation that as it's written, that DVC should be responsible for adjusting those direct patient hours. In addition, the program director, I read your response as well, and the way that the board interprets it is that the program director needs to be on site during these terms, regardless of which term is in session. So for for the motion that I made, I will, my intention is not to support the motion when it comes to a vote.
Are there any other board member comments?
This is Julie Elginer. I wanted to specifically speak to violation 2 around the concern for the on-site program director during the summer. I believe in reviewing the language, and I was trying to find it, that the interpretation contractually that Diablo was referring to is that the program director needed a break during the summer time. And so being on site during that time was in violation of a contract. I want to make sure that my position is known, which is it's unfair to the students to hold summer sessions, including clinical rotations and all the necessary accoutrements without having an on-site program director. That being said, I absolutely understand as a former program director for a master's program, the need for a break. So my question is there an opportunity to provide an associate program director that could be on site instead of the program director? Because as we've discussed multiple times, not just as part of this particular agenda item, the board feels very strongly that a program director does need to be on site, but I'm also cognizant of the workload that a full-time program director has and the need to be able to have a bit of time separate from that.
So we don't have clinicals in the summer. We have 2 classes that run in the summer. Is it? It's not. It is. The green light's on.
It's just
Okay. We don't run clinicals in the summer. We have 2 classes that run in the summer. One is our infection control class that is run by full-time faculty. And I forget the acronym, but she's got the certification from Danby for the CPI. So she's certified in infection control. The other course is our dental materials course, and that is taught by a dentist. But my contract requires me to be available during the summer. So it doesn't require me to teach in the summer.
And I'll elaborate on, can you guys hear me okay? So the contract that Professor Steve is referring to is a district contract. They're all 10-month contracts. However, for Professor Steve's particular position, there's a reassignment time, which was shared in the documents that were submitted. Those reassignment times are meant for positions like a program director. And in Professor Steve's situation, 50% is given to the program director position. So 50% of her time is meant for all the administrative duties. On top of that, there's another 15.5% that's given as a career and technical education lead and department chair as well. All reassignments have an agreement, and in that agreement, it says that they have to be available to answer questions and address any program issues, not just within the semester, but at any point, not including summers as well. I don't think we exclusively mention the summer, like June and July, but it's implied by, it's stating year round.
Do the statutes make a determination if the program director needs to be on site only when there's clinics in session, or is it when the program's in session?
Strictly, the board has held that anytime the program is running, the program director needs to be available. I've received several emails. When I've emailed Professor Steve, she's unavailable till August 29th. And the last report came from Dean Gorja, and the response to the board questions were from Dean Gorja and not the program director. That's another concern. And so historically, infection control, as the board members who are licensees know that there is chemicals and what have you during that course. Emergencies can happen, but this is why I brought it to the board for final decision. If the board determines that she needs to be on campus or available, and so that's why I've been going back and forth since October, and with responses and what have you, and I wanted the board to make the final decision.
One more question then, please. Is an assistant program director in our regulations for You're shaking your head no?
No, there's no provision in our laws that says an assistant program director. We have program directors,
Thank you.
and CODA does as well.
This is Joanne Pacheco. I'll just add the CODA standard 3-2, the dental hygiene program administrator must have a full-time appointment as defined by the institution whose primary responsibility, according to CODA, that is a minimum of 51%, is for operations, supervision, evaluation, and revision of the program.
I have a question regarding the violation 1 because it was mentioned that its CODA language is recommended rather than required, and no minimum student direct patient care hours are defined in statute. Myself going back into dental school, I'm remembering those days, and we need to complete those specific hours just to make sure we are graduating from an accredited program. That's what it qualifies that you met those minimum clinical hour requirement. So I don't think it's an assumption or a recommendation. It's, I think, strictly required is what the way I understood being a faculty for dental hygiene and also dental school programs. My question is like, how can we like assume like the recommendation from CODA is not required when we are managing students with clinical hours because they are losing close to 2.5 clinical hours per week?
I think the confusion is what are we determining as clinical hours versus patient care hours? Because if you're looking at clinical hours, we have that. But there's a confusion as this is the first time that any time has been taken out of our clinical hours in determining what patient care hours are. So I need some clarification on what are we looking at, because I will change my curriculum but I need to know what I need to change it to because there's so many moving there's no definition in dental hygiene for what patient hours are. I've never been asked to remove any time from my clinical hours that's not included in patient hours. So I'm not quite sure what these hours, like how, I mean, I've made in this last letter, I showed what I can do because from Mr. Long, I think the question now is not that we don't have enough hours, but that the clinic assistant rotation is taking away from those hours. So I presented a schedule of what I can do to correct that. Page 522 of the document. No, yes, that is it.
Dr. Petty, can you clarify? Because I always thought there is a strictly need for clinical contact hours for the student.
Yes, CODA defines, hang on, let me. Give a second.
It is standard 2-10.
Thank you.
Of the CODA document. Clinical experiences must be distributed throughout the curriculum. The number of hours of preclinical practice and direct patient care must ensure that students attain clinical competence and develop appropriate judgment. So for the clinical courses, they should be scheduled for at least 8 to 12 hours of direct patient care per week. In the first year, the final pre-licensure year of curriculum should be scheduled at least 12 to 16 hours of direct patient care. And Mr. Lum will read that definition of clinical practice.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. In our regulations as well, we have a definition for clinical practice, which means the planned learning experiences with patients designed for students to apply dental hygiene knowledge and skills to meet course objectives in a variety of dental hygiene board-approved clinical settings. Clinical practice may include learning experience provided in various settings, including but not limited to dental hygiene clinics, extramural clinical facilities, as well as healthcare agencies. So hopefully between the two, the board's definitions and CODA's definitions, that it would cover what a clinical setting is defined as. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, Sonia Hansen, glad to see you. But in my inquiry is, how long have you had knowledge of this happening to the program?
The discrepancy of the
Mhm.
the clinical hours
Of the discrepancy of the violations?
of the violations
Mhm.
since October, I believe, since or right after our clinical site visit.
And how long you been the dean of the?
Dean of Biological and Physical Sciences for just about 4 years.
And so in the 4 years, you were not aware of any incidents?
No, not up until our clinical site visit.
Okay. How much support does Tony Steve gets from you guys?
You're referring to like our administration? Yeah, our dental hygiene program is one of the elite career and technical education programs on campus, and that is because of the amount of support that they get, not just from faculty and staff, but from the administration and all of the different support services across the campus. We have people that they go above and beyond to help one ensure enrollment into our program, fair enrollment and equitable enrollment, and then follow them through their journey across the 2 years, make sure that our students have what they need and that they can eventually pass their board exam and enter a workforce where they're making a living wage. That goes from admissions and records to professional development for our faculty, and dedicated and strategic ways on how to find funding for the different requirements for example, equipment or anything like that that our program needs.
But you guys do an evaluation of the programs as the program is progressing, correct?
Yeah, we have a college-wide program review, which actually we just renovated, and it's now a 5-year cycle that we complete. And within those 5 years, there's goal setting, and everything has to align with our educational strategic plan. So it's meant for every program to reflect and think about how to improve and meet student needs.
When was the last evaluation of the dental hygiene program?
Our dental hygiene program, we just finished our first year of the 5-year cycle this past spring.
5 years, 1 in 5 years?
Well, it's a 5-year cycle, and there's the initial review, year 3, a mid-cycle review, and then year 5 is the final review.
So during those periods of time, it's a long periods.
Yes.
So during those provisions, you guys discussed any of that? About remediation and things needed to be changed for the program?
We did that more intentionally after the CODA site visit and the DHBC site visit.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any board member discussions?
Yes, this is Member Long. My question is for Dr. Petty. On page 522, referring to VP Gore's letter, if I can read, it says, if needed, we can adjust our clinic assignment rotation so that there are 2 clinic assistants each session, one at the beginning of the session for 45 minutes, gaining experience in the beginning of the day, sterilization procedures, and another clinic assistant at the end of the day, end of the session, gaining experience at end of day procedures. Each clinic assistant would also engage in direct patient care with staggering screening and radiology appointments. and then the graft that Ms. Steeves referenced. Do we consider direct patient care staggering screening and radiology appointments? We do, yeah. So do you have any concerns with that presentation of what they can make those adjustments if needed? I mean, the answer is it's needed, but do you have any concerns with the information on that graft?
No. I would be, I would be fine with that. The reason this was brought to the board is I wanted the board to make the final decision, if they were okay with that as well.
Ms. Steeves, when can you make that adjustment?
Absolutely.
Immediately?
Yeah,
Or
that can be made for fall of 2026.
Chair, I have a follow-up question. I'd like to direct your attention to page 517 in our meeting materials. So I'm specifically looking at under numeral or number 2, the results. There's a and then there's small room 1 and small 2. Specifically, the 224 course in-class contact hours and the current schedule results in the deficit of 1 student weekly contact hour. My focus is on the 24 course in-class contact hours that are deficient, and that is a discrepancy of 10% based on 24 based on of 224. So that's quite concerning to me that there's a discrepancy of 10% difference in class contact hours than what's being reported. So again, this was based on the senior 2025 fall and the 2026 fall class schedules, which were retrieved from the website on April 7th, 2026. And it's referring to the discrepancy between the weekly contact hours, but additionally added to that are 224 course in-class contact hours. And yet, based on what's being reported, there's a discrepancy of 24 course in-class contact hours, which is a 10% difference.
So this is something that Dr. Petty put together that first time I saw it was last night. So I'm not quite sure where all this is coming from. I mean, I see that it's coming from our catalog, but I'm not quite sure where the discrepancies are coming from.
To be fair, the meeting materials were published last week, so it's unfortunate that you were not able to review it until yesterday, but this has been available for public review.
Okay. The only thing I'm thinking is that might have to do with contact hours versus clock hours, because our catalog posts clock hours, but our schedules post contact hours. And this is a Title V Title V definition that clock hours are based on the clock, 60 minutes, but contact hours are that the I think what I'm thinking.
I can share a little bit
Yeah,
about
please.
that. So, and you guys may have read this in the education code, but it's based off of the standard 60-minute clock hour. But when you have lectures and labs scheduled for more than an hour, there has to be a passing period or 10-minute break period, and that's how that gets calculated in. And so when you look at the way the college posts the schedules, it's based on the clock hour, but then the actual schedule for students, it's going to automatically put in a 10-minute passing period, especially when you're looking at classes that have like a 90-minute lecture or a 3-hour lab. all of that is calculated in there. And when we're scheduling, we're able to add that break at the end of the class. So you'll see that, maybe we're saying it's a 3-hour lab, but they're only meeting for 2 hours and 50 minutes or 2 hours and 35 minutes or something like that, because for every 60 minutes, you have to give a 10-minute passing period. Yeah.
Mhm. And there should be some in the middle. If it's a 3-hour lab, you should have a break in the middle as well. And that's based on ed code.
I have gone back and forth with DVC regarding this, and it's in previous previous board meeting materials, this is my 6th determination, and it was in one of the previous determinations that the board was given at a previous meeting. The passing period may be given. It is not required to be given. And if a course goes 3 hours or so, it's can be given. It's not mandatory. And I had quoted that in the I think it was like determination 4 that I had gone back and forth with DVC regarding this. It's not mandatory. It can be given.
The passing period is not mandatory, but it's required that you give the break. So you could give the break during the middle of the class, or you could give it at the end as a passing period.
Just correction, you said that it was 10 minutes for every hour.
Correct.
But then you say in 3 hours, it's going to be 250 time. So shouldn't it be 230 time?
Yeah, and
I'm
those.
just
No, you're right.
mathematically, I don't understand it.
Yeah, no, it would be closer to a 2 hours and 30 minutes, not 2 hours and 50. Yep.
But you can only give the 10 or 15-minute passing period. You can't give the whole 30 minutes at the end. So if you're giving the 10-minute passing period, then you should be giving a 20-minute break sometime in the class if it's a 3-hour class.
But again, that's according to I will pull up the actual law and information for you if you could give me a moment.
I don't know what I did with it.
Are there any other board member comments?
I want to go back to the violation 2. So it's clear that the board wants you on site.
Mhm.
Can you comply with that?
How do I need to be on site when every single class is being in session?
That's what I understand. The answer is yes.
Because I cannot do that in a fall and spring term. There's too many classes. It's over. I mean, I can't be there the entire time when we have class going on. And I think there's other programs that have classes going on more than 8 hours a day where it's not feasible for any program director to be there when every single class is going on.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is there a provision for an extended contract with the program director to be available
My contract does say that I'm supposed to be available
in the summer?
in the summer.
And so is there an extended contract through the summer then? I thought it was only a 10-month contract.
Yeah, her official contract is for 10 months, and then those reassignment contracts, that's the one that essentially guarantees that she will be available over the summer.
That's for a different chair position, not for dental hygiene.
It's included. Dental
No,
hygiene.
that 50% reassignment is for the director of dental hygiene. And then there's an additional 15% that is for the CTE lead position and department chair.
Be counted towards dental hygiene.
It's only counted towards dental hygiene.
So another chair position cannot be counted towards the position of dental hygiene. So if the primary responsibility is to dental hygiene, 50% does not meet the criteria.
Yeah, but so there's about 12% that's department chair.
Okay, so we
on-
can't include department chair in this.
Right. And then there's 3.5% that's the CTE lead as well. But that's on top of the 50% that she's been assigned.
That's, again, not program director.
Would it just need to be a title change for that reassignment?
However the school would do it. Program director has to be primary responsibility, which is more than 50%.
Right.
I have the information if you want. Okay. 5 CCR Section 58023 states, for the purpose of this article, the class hour for graded and ungraded classes is defined as not less than 50 consecutive minutes, exclusive of passing time. In block scheduling of more than one class hour, only one contact hour may be counted in each clock hour of 60 minutes, except that fractional part of a class hour beyond the last full clock hour may be counted, and including the 51st minute of that last full clock hour, provided there is no class break in the last full clock hour or the partial class hour. The divisor for this fractional part of a class hour shall be 50. Chancellor's office may, by rule and regulation, make any and all other provisions necessary to carry out the provisions of this article. 5 CCR Section 58001 subdivisions E and J state class hour, contact hour, and student contact hour for graded and ungraded classes means a period of at least 50 consecutive minutes of scheduled instruction and or examination, excluding passing time. A class scheduled for less than a single 50-minute period is not eligible for apportionment. Passing time and break means the 10-minute segment together with a class hour comprise a clock hour, referred to as passing time, break, etc. No additional attendance may be claimed for this 10-minute segment except as provided for a multiple-hour class. The 10-minute break time permitted in each clock hour may not be accumulated during a multiple-hour class to be taken at the end of the class and be counted for FTES apportionment. Permitted, as defined by Merriam-Webster, is to consent expressly, formally, or authorize. The permitted passing time is not defined as mandatory within the regulations, but authorized to be given to the students by the college.
Any other board member comments? Dr. Elginer?
It seems to me that based on this extensive discussion and things that we've discussed previously, that the violations should hold, but there's an opportunity for Diablo to make changes both to the contact hours, the direct contact hours, as well as to the program director's contract and contractual agreements, and then to resubmit for the dismissal of any future violations. But the existing violations and both of the counts, based on this discussion, should still hold.
Any other board member comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Do we need to reread the motion, or are we ready for a vote?
I believe you can vote on the existing motion, and if it fails, there's an opportunity to introduce a new motion.
And is Crystal going to, you'll call the vote? Yeah. Okay.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I will take the roll, vote for this agenda item in Crystal's absence. Joanne Pacheco.
Well, again, the motion is that
Shall I reread it? You can reread it. Okay. The motion is for the Education Committee to review DVC's request for dismissal of violation 1, student clinical direct patient care hours, and violation 2, program director assignment compliance, and move to dismiss violation 1 and dismiss violation 2 against the DVC Dental Hygiene Educational Program. Additionally, move for the Educational Committee to recommend to the full board to dismiss violation 1 and violation 2 against the DVC Dental Hygiene Educational Program.
Thank you. My vote is nay.
Julie Elginer,
Elginer, nay.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Nay.
Michael Long, and Sridevi Ponala.
Nay.
Motion does not pass and it failed.
Okay. And now we are moving on.
Can we address the bachelor's program?
Excuse me?
Was the bachelor's program included in that?
No, we're moving on now.
Oh, okay.
We're moving on. Yes. So is there a motion on recommendation number 2? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Member Long. I move for the Education Committee to approve DVC's request for a letter of support for DVC's proposal to offer a bachelor's in science degree in dental hygiene. Additionally, I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to approve DVC's letter for a letter of support for DVC's proposal for offer a bachelor's of science degree in dental hygiene. If the full board approves for the request, direct the staff to draft and provide the letter of support to DVC.
And is there a second?
Sonia Hansen seconded.
Are there any committee member discussions?
This is Member Long again. As we've upheld the violations that are ongoing, I do not support authoring a letter of support for the bachelor's program until those violations are completed.
Any other board member comments?
I have a question. Can you share what does a letter of support specifically include?
So in order to apply for a bachelor's program with the State Chancellor's Office, we need to do a needs assessment. And that needs assessment is looking that the bachelor's program is needed. And because dental hygiene, you don't need a bachelor's to work in a dental office, but you pretty much need it for anything else outside. It's the labor market information doesn't really support the bachelor's, even though it does support dental hygienists. So having these other letters of support saying that your dental hygiene board, the CDHA, employers like manufacturing companies that require bachelor's degrees for their sales reps, those letters are important to increase the likelihood that that needs assessment is going to pass.
So as a follow-up question, thank you for that, because this is new for me. As a follow-up question, my understanding then is that you have plans to move forward with the proposal,
Right.
the Chancellor's Office, regardless of whether this board offers a letter of support.
Right. We will be submitting the proposal to you when that time comes, but having these letters of support is going to enhance that. So yes.
And is there an opportunity, sorry, one more follow-up question. Is there an opportunity for between now, which is July, and our next meeting, which is in November, to remedy some of the violations that have been identified and to come back and request a letter of support to the extent that it is not approved now?
The violation 1 will be remedied before fall, so before that board, and
Charles can answer the other one.
Yeah, the second violation, there's a high likelihood that it could be remedied by that November board meeting, but I don't want to speak for our senior leadership, so that would definitely something I'd have to consult with them.
Okay, thank you.
We've had concerns with other programs not having enough time, program directors being on a 10-month contract and what have you. Those programs have remedied those situations with either an 11-month contract or a 12-month contract. So it has been done in community colleges by having, special contracts of an 11-month or a 12-month contract. So, I mean, it is possible to be done.
Sonia Hansen, the reason I had asked you questions prior about your involvement with the program was to see how much support actually with this deficiency will get Tony and Steve to move on forward to it. The mission of the board is to have an excellence in academics, to have schools move forward, to have a good students coming out. So our desire this time is to have those deficiencies removed and have DVC move forward into a better establishment. But that requires a big part of you as well. So if those deficiencies, she can get the second deficiency come up where you support more time, she will be better off for the program as well as for the school. So I wish the best and I hope you can resolve that.
Thank you.
Mhm. Are there any other board comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. So the motion before the board is to move the Education Committee to approve DVC's request for a letter of support for DVC's proposal to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in dental hygiene. Additionally, to move the Educational Committee to recommend to the full board to approve DVC's request for a letter of support or DVC's proposal to offer a Bachelor of Science degree in dental hygiene if the full board approves the request, direct staff to draft and provide the letter of support to DVC, for DVC. And now I will ask Mr. Lum to record the vote.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer, to record the vote. Joanne Pacheco,
Nay.
Julie Elginer,
Nay.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Nay.
Michael Long, and Sridevi Punala.
Nay.
Motion fails.
Thank you. And we look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 5, discussion and possible action regarding the dental hygiene educational program site visit report. And I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. You will find the meeting materials on pages 528 through 592 of your packet. The site visit report itself is 529 through 533. First, Pasadena City College site visit report may be found on pages 535 through 545, and their dental hygiene clinic renovation plan update may be found on page 534. Currently, they are not in compliance, but are in the process of clinic renovations, which will hopefully remedy some of the board's concerns. What happened was their clinic was not up to standards, and they have quite a bit of time before they could move into a new building. Their plans were to create a new clinic, but those plans are a little bit distant. So they're redoing the clinic that they have and renovating it. And so they're in the process of those renovations right now. And once the renovations are are completed, that should be around the end of September, beginning of October. The staff is going to do a site visit there to check the status of it. And just so the board is aware, their probation ends this year and they're not in full compliance. They had some violations that we had concerns with, even being on probation. So I just wanted to let the board know that their probationary period is ending this year. Second, Taft College maintains full compliance, and their current quarterly report may be found on pages 546 through 547 of the meeting materials. Third, Cerrito College is in full compliance with their permanent administrative staffing compliance was completed as of May 29th, 2026, and their documentation is on pages 548 through 549. Fourth, Diablo Valley College is currently not in compliance with staff concern regarding student clinical direct patient care hours and program director assignment compliance. All that documentation is in Agenda Item 4 that we just covered. Finally, Cabrillo College is working towards compliance with one outstanding violation remaining. Please refer to pages 550 through 589. Of note to the committee, please refer to pages 590 through 592 as to concerns regarding Cabrillo College by the Monterey Bay Dental Hygienists Association and as to any action the committee would like to take or respond to the Monterey Bay Dental Hygienists Association. Any questions?
Are there any motions for this agenda item? I would like to make a motion in that we should extend the probation for Pasadena City College, who is not currently in compliance.
Elginer, second.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments?
Did you want to clarify the length of the extended? Is it for 12 more months? Is it for, what does that probationary extension typically include?
It would ensure that the clinic is functioning how it should be. There's concerns regarding the program director's assignment. They were down a full-time faculty, so the program director was 30% overload, and it was a bit much for her. And the clinic the dates keep getting pushed out. So I would suggest at least 2 years until we see progress, if that's amenable to the board or to the committee.
I will amend my motion to include 2 years.
Second.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, I would like to ask Executive Officer, is there in-person public comments? That's okay. I know we're moving fast. We're trying. We're having a lot of long discussions.
Yeah, this is on. I was thinking you're having a motion on the floor just to deal with right now the probation, correct? Of the extension of the probation for Pasadena City.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I don't have a comment on that.
Okay. That's what this is. Yep. There board member questions, discussion?
No, I was just encouraging us to call the question so we can call for the vote. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Executive Officer is ready to call the motion. Record the vote.
As Executive Officer Anthony Lum, the motion is to extend Pasadena City College's probation for 2 years to be recommended to the full board. The vote is Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long,
Aye.
and Sridevi Ponala.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. It is, are you finished?
I think you need to do public comments regarding the entire report.
Okay. Well, let's start with board member comments on anything that was presented on Dr. Petty's report. Other reports that were reported on. Yes, all the other school reports.
I have a comment.
Yes.
So we also discussed Diablo Valley College, which was not passing while, and it's still also having not in compliance. It's on. So how are we like? Will there be like a plan on how the programs that are not compliant? Will there be like a performance improvement plan or like a that is put together?
I think they have reporting requirements. Isn't that included in? Yes.
Sonia Hansen, does Dr. Petty, does that also include the site visits? Should we put that in there? Is all inclusive to the clause to prior? Right.
So it would be up to the board at that, to extend those. So I don't know, and, our legal department would have to let us know if, because it was included in the original motion, the original probation motion, if it needs to be included in the motion here, or if it was already in the probation terms, probation terms, and we're extending those terms 2 more years, I don't know if it would extend to those as well, those conditions, and that would be up to legal to determine. So I don't know if you want to just add it to the board's motion now, or await legal determination.
I think our legal counselor said he was going to do some research on that. Mhm. Dr. Panala, did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
Yeah, my question was like, how are we upholding the Cabrillo, Diablo Valley, and Pasadena colleges that are not in compliance? So is there like a plan for them for reporting and for site visits periodically?
Yes.
So post this board meeting, I will send a response to them regarding, the decision of the board. This is specifically for DVC. I will send the decision to DVC and request correction of those 2 violations. And Cabrillo, I am following up with them. They do have a date. I think it's, I want to say by September 1st, they're due to correct or I think it's August 28th, in fact, to correct their current violation that's remaining. And everybody else, I think, was fine. Pasadena, I'm going down on a site visit. It's announced, to see how they're doing as well. And I do follow up with reports. And that's how you guys get the reports in every meeting material. or meeting packet. You're welcome.
President
Thank you, Dr.
Pacheco?
Petty. Any other board member discussion?
I do. I have one quick question. I'd like to refer everyone to page 592 in our meeting materials. And this is the response that at the request of the, Monterey Bay Dental Hygienists Association. I want to refer everyone to the third to the last paragraph. And it starts with, in light of these findings, so respectfully urge all appropriate oversight entities to conduct thorough reviews and continue monitoring of the Cabrillo College Dental Hygiene Program to ensure full compliance with the applicable state laws, regulations, and accreditation standards. The next sentence, we request consideration of additional measures necessary and public scrutiny to safeguard the educational integrity of this program, and more importantly, the safety and well-being of the patients served, the students enrolled, and faculty and staff. Those additional measures are not necessarily identified in here, and so it's not clear to me what's being asked as part of this, but as part of Dr. Petty's report, I felt as though we needed to at least address this request that's been made as part of the meeting materials.
Mr. Lum.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I appreciate the letters that we've received from stakeholders on this issue. However, our authority and parameters go as far as the Code of Standards and the California law. Anything above and beyond that without a direct description in what they say of what they would like to see, we shouldn't be doing. I mean, our standards are to hold them to the California law, and that's basically it. So I don't know specifically what they're requesting, but they can contact me at any time to let me know, and I will let them know if we can do that or not. Thank you.
Any other board member comments? Any other in-person public comments?
Joanne Galliano, subject matter expert, and working with Dr. Patty. And I don't know how the board is going to, how they can respond to this, or what the purview of the board is going to be. I have a concern with Cabrillo and subsequent articles that have been put out in the newspaper that, in my opinion, have defamed members of this board, myself and Dr. Patty. We conduct site visits within the parameters of the law. We don't act outside of the law. And to have a president of a college accuse us of targeting the college in an attempt to discredit the program for reasons completely unknown to us, these threats are unprofessional, unfounded, and causing significant harm. To put that out in a publication that goes to the community, because I was actually made aware of this publication from a hygienist who is a graduate of the program. To me, there needs to be some response on the part of this board. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate for a college president to accuse us of making unfounded allegations, alleging frivolous and unfounded claims of violations, threatening to revoke the program, the license, that they're going to file a complaint, etc. To me, this is very inflammatory, and I do take it as defamation of character when this goes unleashed on the public. And there's no defense. We did not defend ourselves in this particular article. Basically, they said they reached out to the board for comment and didn't get one. I don't know, but looking at the record, I mean, I'm quoted in there, so they did look at the record. So again, I just want to bring this to the board's attention. I think it's inappropriate, and I think that it puts us in jeopardy, myself and Dr. Petty, if we're going to go into site visits and then be accused of being unprofessional and be accused of making frivolous claims. And again, I am named in the actual article itself. So anyone wanting to know who one of these people were, they would know it was me. Dr. Petty was not named. You got out of it. So again, I just want to bring this to the attention of the board. I don't know. I don't know. This is a first for me. it's a first. So I don't really know what I'm asking you to do in response. Um, Perhaps, just simply sending something saying that we don't appreciate, basically in writing, saying that the board does not condone this kind of behavior, or something. I don't know, but
Ms. Galliano, I appreciate your comments, and I guess I would address this to our board council as to what kind of letter or if some kind of support from the board to the college president would need to go out or could go out, or how something like that is handled. And so council said he would have to do some research on that. Yes, Executive Officer Lum.
This is Anthony Lim, Executive Officer. Just to put the committee's thoughts at ease on this as well, I have spoken to Cabrillo College directly. We've had discussions and conversations. The particular article that was released, again, First Amendment, they can say whatever in their articles. This individual reporter did state in the article that she attempted to reach out. I never spoke to that individual. I have spoken to other reporters about Cabrillo College, but this article was inaccurate in my opinion. I know how my staff works. I know what they do at site visits, and I would definitely contradict what's stated in that article. But at the same time, it's a news article, and they're going to claim, First Amendment rights to say whatever they want as far as the information is concerned. So I'm not sure, sending a statement. And like I said, I've spoken to the Cabrillo president already, and we've had a discussion on this issue. Granted, it was before this article was published, so just wanted to put the committee's mind at ease on that. That the issue had been addressed, but just not in a public statement.
Thank you for your public comment. And it is 12:16. Is this an appropriate time to take our lunch break, or did you want to do one more agenda item? Yeah, I thought we could too. Yeah, okay. We will move on to agenda item number 6. Discussion and possible action regarding Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts request for withdrawal of provisional approval to offer a dental hygiene educational program in Modesto, California. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. You will find the documentation on pages 594 through 595 of your board meeting materials. On March 28, 2026, the board provisionally approved a new prospective dental hygiene educational program offered by Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts in Modesto, California. On June 12, 2026, the Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts submitted a request for withdrawal of provisional approval to the board, stating that after considerable deliberation, our institution has made the difficult decision not to move forward with the development and launch of their dental hygiene program. Accordingly, they are requesting to withdraw from the approval process as they will not be pursuing program implementation at this time. Staff recommends for the Education Committee to approve the withdrawal request of the Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts to offer a new dental hygiene educational program in Modesto, California.
Thank you, Dr. Petty. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and make a motion.
This is Julie Elginer, and I'll move for the Education Committee to approve the withdrawal request and recommend to the full board to approve the withdrawal request of Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts to offer a new dental hygiene educational program in Modesto, California.
Thank you, Dr. Elginer. Second.
Shri Punala, I second.
Thank you, Dr. Panala. Are there any committee member discussions? Seeing none, are there any in public comments? Seeing none, we are ready to call the motion and take the vote. If you'd like, you want me to read it? Okay.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. The motion on the floor is the motion for the Education Committee to approve the withdrawal request and recommend to the full board to approve the withdrawal request of Gurnick Academy of Medical Arts to offer a new dental hygiene educational program in Modesto, California. I will now call the roll for the vote. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Aye.
Michael Long, and Sir Devi Ponala.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now it would be the appropriate time to take a 1-hour lunch break, and it is 12:19. So let's say we're going to meet back at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, I think we are all back. We're going to reconvene. Hope everybody had a good lunch. We are going to continue the meeting at 1:21. So we are on agenda item 7, discussion and possible action on Concordia Career College Garden Grove campus expansion and increase in enrollment. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. On May 30th, 2025, Concord Career College sent a letter of intent to the board requesting initial approval of a new registered dental hygiene program in North Hollywood, California. They then changed their status, and Garden Grove Career Concord Career College, Garden Grove, then decided to expand their program using a substantive change involving the expansion of the existing dental hygiene program offered at the Garden Grove campus and adding a new major site located at their Burbank campus, as well as an increase in enrollment of 50 students to be educated at the Burbank campus. The campus is currently operating in North Hollywood and is scheduled to relocate to the new constructed facility in Burbank. The proposed Burbank location would operate as a major site under the oversight and accreditation of Concord Career College Garden Grove. The program director will maintain primary responsibility and authority for administration and oversight of both the Garden Grove campus and the proposed Burbank major site. Students enrolled at the Burbank location would complete the same curriculum and be subject to the same policies, standards, and program requirements as students enrolled at the Garden Grove campus. The anticipated completion date for the Burbank facility is approximately April 2027, and Garden Grove anticipates enrolling the first cohort of students at the Burbank major site in November 2027. Staff recommends for the Education Committee to review Garden Grove's request to add a new major site located at Garden Grove's Burbank campus, as well to an increase in enrollment of 50 students to be educated at the Burbank campus every 8 to 9 months. May I please have the Concord Career College Garden Grove representatives introduce themselves, please?
Hi, everyone. I am Michael Zen Quint. I am the program director for Concord Garden Grove. I'd like to thank the board for seeing us for this. I know it's a bit of a last minute addition, so thank you all for that.
And Kate Osio, I am Concord's Chief Compliance Officer.
Nice to meet you both. Thank you for attending today. Dr. Petty, are you completed with your report? Okay. Are there any board member discussions? Motion? Okay. Yeah, that is the proper order. Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Dr. Julie Elginer. I move the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to conditionally approve CCCGG's request to add a new major site located at CCCGG's Burbank campus, as well as to increase the enrollment to 50 students to be educated at the Burbank campus every 8 to 9 months. The condition being an extendable 2-year probation period once the program begins operations and pending compliance with updates every 4 months and site visits to confirm compliance prior to the enrollment of the first cohort.
And is there a second?
Shri Punala is second.
Now board member discussions.
This is Michael Long. Hi, good afternoon. Could you tell me your experience as a program director? I understand this is a new role for you with this campus, but what's your background?
Sure. I am a dentist. I graduated in 2013. I've been with Concord for the better part of 5 years, just a little short. And during that time, I've been interim director for a couple times as well. So not quite my first rodeo, but first time as program director, program director.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, I'll continue. So I understand that the request is to add 50 more students per cohort at a new location in Burbank. So you're building a new campus?
Yes.
And I also had heard that in May of 2025, you had requested from the board to establish a new program. Is that correct, Dr. Petty? Is that what I heard? Dates?
They had sent a letter of intent on May 30th of 2025, and they sent a feasibility study at that time as well. That was reviewed by the by board staff.
Why did you choose to change from opening this as a new program with the letter of intent to an expansion?
Great question. That was somewhat before my time as program director. I can't speak to what happened in May 2025.
Okay. May
I can answer that.
Thank you.
So we submitted to CODA to expand, but over here we had submitted to have it be its own standalone site. And after some time, we realized that it made more sense to align those two.
Okay, so you at the same time, you sent to the Dental Hygiene Board a request to open a new program, and you also sent to CODA a different intent to expand a program.
Right. I'm not quite sure. Unfortunately, same thing. I've been here since April, but my understanding was based on the rules and the way that the two read, we could do them differently. They didn't have to align. It just, as time went on, we realized it made more sense. If it was going to be an expansion for one, it really should just be an expansion for the other instead of trying to run them separately.
It is confusing.
It was.
So as I read, it says, as program director, I think this is from a letter from you, sir. As program director, I will maintain primary responsibility and authority for administration, oversight, curriculum implementation, faculty supervision, access, compliance, and educational quality across both Garden Grove campuses and the proposed Burbank site. I looked, it's like, on a Friday afternoon, it's an hour and 45-minute drive from one campus to the other. It really concerns me that you would be spreading yourself too thin to properly support both programs, both campuses.
So I share your concern because I also looked at how long it would take to get from Burbank to Garden Grove. I think, as time goes by, the situation will evolve. But what would happen in my mind is there will be days dedicated to Garden Grove. There will be days dedicated to Burbank. And then we have support staff in the interim. We have people who are there on one location or the other full time. I'll be in constant contact with both campuses. So if any situations arise to the program director level, I'll still be available for at least direction.
You don't mind. Also, we have maintained an associate program director, and that person will be primarily working with the Burbank so that he will have that support as well.
And we heard earlier today that that the Dental Hygiene Board doesn't recognize associate program directors. Were you here for that conversation?
Right. He would still be the program director, but he will have an associate that will assist him.
And we also had stated that we expect the program director to be on site supporting the program. And then you're talking about part-time on one campus and part-time on another campus. I just don't see how you can appropriately support both of these programs. It seems like it should be two separate programs. I think your initial idea your letter of intent to open a second program with a second program director seems more appropriate in this case than expanding for a program that's almost 2 hours drive away, and you're part-time on one program with associate, program director. It just doesn't, to me, when I look at this, I just don't see the proper support for the program, for the staff, for the students, for the public. It just doesn't seem like there's enough staffing for yourself. And I'm sorry, but you've filled in as a program director, but you don't have like program director experience at the level that to like continue like long term, and that's concerning as well. I work part time as clinical faculty at University of the Pacific, and I see what our program goes through with a cohort of 25 students, and you're talking 50 students probably on two campuses that are such a far distance away. It's just like I don't see it. I'm sorry. Is there any additional information? And it sounds like you're both sort of newer, and it's unfortunate that someone isn't here that could actually answer, this in a little more depth. But is there anything you can offer the board in addition to what we've seen on how you can support the programs?
I can speak to overall, we do have other positions, and I'm not speaking about the program director, but we do have a dean at both locations and student services and all of those things. So we do staff to make sure that students have the support that they need, in addition to a program director who can specialize in the actual dental hygiene program.
And I also see that you have several different, medical assistant, physical therapy assistant, nurse, dental assistant, and nursing. I, and I'm sure these are spread out through all of your campuses. Do you have any other? Are any of these programs overseen by the same program director in different locations? Yeah, the answer is no.
No, they have their own program directors.
And I couldn't even find them all listed on the website, including in yourself. And I know that you're new, but I don't see even program directors on websites for all of your locations. So I would also like, if there are different program directors, I'd recommend that you make sure that you update that information for the public.
And I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. I thought you meant, does a program director oversee multiple programs? But we do have each program either has their own program director or they report up to the dean. It depends on the program itself.
So your program for nursing on one campus has its own program director. And on a second campus, it has its own program director. So why would you choose to do it differently with dental hygiene?
It's a great point, and I don't say that for stalling. I don't have the answer other than to say that with the program director and the associate program director to support him and the faculty and the deans, it appeared that we should have the support, but we're also open to what you think is best for our program.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
This is President Pacheco. I also have that same concern. If you look on page 689, which is the BioSketch timetable that is there. So Dr. Quinn, you are teaching as well.
I supervise the clinic for some time during the week, yes.
So okay.
President Pacheco,
Yes.
I can speak to this.
Okay.
I was working it out with the oh my God, my brain just froze. We were working it out.
Okay.
And that was temporarily until they gained approval. They were informed that he was teaching too much and didn't have enough supervision time, and they agreed to cut back his time. Didn't I include the? Give me a second.
Just to piggyback real quick, are you total administration or are you also teaching, and are you considered faculty?
I am currently about 30% teaching, but we anticipate as the opening of Burbank getting closer, we will adjust as necessary. Given the long drive, probably that number goes to 0 in all likelihood.
They were informed that there's no way that it could be managed without 100. We spoke about it.
Dr. Quinn is great with the students, so it will be a loss to have him off the clinic floor, but he also understands that he's very needed in the administrative side, and that doesn't mean he's not monitoring the clinic floor and talking to the students and being with the students. That's still part of a program director's job, and so he's looking forward to being able to do both.
So continuing on, when I look at the key accountabilities for the position, he listed that under the description. Just every line just makes me question how you can do them both, like how you can manage that many students. Set example to be a role model for professional conduct for program staff and students. When you're in the car? And I don't mean to be negative, but I can just go on. Participate in student campus community activities as required. Actively participate in local professional community to raise awareness of Concord. You know, and on and on. I just don't feel like I can support the request with only one program director.
Is it possible to have an expansion? And this, I should probably know the answer to this, but I will look to you. Is it possible to have an expansion where we have essentially 2 program directors? Because an expansion, obviously, it's one program. We would be fine with having 2 full-time program directors if it would be allowable.
I would say, I don't know the answer, but I would say no, that you would go through a feasibility study and you would need to present that like you started to present, correct me if I'm wrong, in order to have that second campus and a second program director. I don't think there's 2 program directors on one campus.
Do you want to comment?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. In our experience, we haven't had a program director, the structure of what's being presented here, one program director covering both campuses. The ideal is, because of the distance and travel and everything like that, and availability, is to have 2 separate programs and have 2 separate program directors. Just a thought on that. I don't, like the board members, I don't see how one individual could cover that much area of the LA basin in a timely fashion. I mean, especially if there's like an emergency case or something, goes awry. I just don't understand how a proposal like this can go through. There's different ways of proposing this, but I think the cleanest is just to have 2 separate campuses. Thank you.
I think the only thing I would add about emergency situations is I don't know that there is an emergency where I would be 100% required to go onto the campus floor. We actually had a situation this past week, and we were able to work through that while I was on my way home. If there are emergencies, there should be faculty on hand, and faculty should be trained appropriately for that, which they are.
I'm sorry, emergency might be not complying with a student-faculty ratio for clinic, for example. We've been presented with that in the past where on an unannounced site visit from DHBC, the campus they had a 1-to-7 ratio, not a 1-to-5 ratio. So I consider that emergency when the program director needs to show up on the clinic floor to make sure that ratio is appropriate. And if you're not available, that, in my opinion, I think that's the reference to emergency for me is yeah, look at that ratio. I understand there's faculty to handle other emergency situations, but that's one that we just don't, budge with. So if you don't have the appropriate faculty.
So I guess for me, it's very hard to imagine a situation that you bring up where they say we are out of alignment with faculty to student ratio, without me knowing about it prior. At the very latest, I would have known about this at the start of clinic when faculty, if I'm not on the floor already, if faculty informs me, hey, someone has not shown up for work. We were quite shorthanded last year, and not once were we out of faculty to student ratio. And that did not involve me needing to provide additional coverage myself.
But that's only at the one campus. We're talking a second campus. If your faculty doesn't show up at Burbank and you're at Garden Grove, you're going to have to drive from Garden Grove to Burbank, and clinic cannot run without 5-to-1 coverage.
So given your reluctance in that case, would you be okay with potential overstaffing in Burbank? So instead of having a base, okay?
The lower that ratio is, the better experience for the student clinic.
Sure. Is that something you're suggesting that we're able to take back to leadership on our end?
No. Sorry, no.
Hi, Sonia Hansen. I do have a question, and just kind of roundabout. You mentioned I had an emergency. Was this clinical emergency?
Yes, it was a clinical emergency.
Was there a dentist and a site present?
You're the dentist.
You're the dentist, right?
Yes. The dentist had already left for the day. We did not discover the situation until after the end of clinic.
We have more than one dentist.
Oh, that incident.
But you were gone and the dentist on duty was gone?
Yes.
And patients were still in the clinic?
Patients were not on the clinic floor. This was a situation that was discovered during cleanup.
Puncture wound, something? The emergency itself.
Are you asking me to elaborate on what happened?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but so did you still have a 5-to-1 ratio at the time? If the dentist left and students were still on the floor, did you have a 5-to-1 ratio already or still?
I believe so. I can't imagine that we don't. The faculty will stay after to ensure that the students are gone before they are gone.
So is the dentist assigned students?
No.
Okay.
Any other board member discussion?
Hello to both of you, and thank you for being here and for being here throughout the duration of the meeting. I think what you're hearing is consistently, not just from this particular agenda item, but for all of the agenda items that pertain to program director for all of the programs. Consistently, the board's position is that one program director for one program and that person is on site, regardless of what the contractual arrangements are, those kinds of things. And that has been, in my time, since I've been appointed in 2024, that has been consistent across every program that has come before us. So I want to be clear that the area of concern is not Dr. Quick personally or professionally, it's the concern about spread across two programs. So my encouragement is to take that information back to the organization and to reevaluate what that might mean and then reconsider.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments?
Joanne Galliano, subject matter expert. What I'm seeing from the documentation you've sent is that you have two separate programs here. This is two separate programs. You're going to have a situation where you're going to have administration on one campus and administration on another campus, but you're having one person who's dealing with both campuses, and the education is being done not together, it's being done separate. You've actually created another program. You haven't expanded the program you already have. You've really created another program. And I think that's the request that should be made, is to have, if this isn't an expansion. Expansion would involve just having an increase in the number of students and maybe going to another site. West LA does that. They have another site where they actually rotate out students, but it's still part of the same program. It's not a separate, their education is still at West LA. It's not at two different places. So to me, as an educational consultant, when I look at the documentation you submitted, I see two individual programs. And I don't know why it's being labeled as an expansion when it really isn't an expansion. It really is creating another program, because I would have an issue with, how do you deal with administrative? You're going to be under two administrators then. You're going to have a dean here, a dean here. So who do you report to? Do you report to this dean at this one and then this dean at this one? And what if there's conflict between this one and this one? It just doesn't make sense when there literally there's a division. It is two separate programs. It's not an expansion. Expansion would just be increasing students and having them rotate to another site to do their clinicals.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comments? Hello.
And everyone, Amber Davis, Program Director for Stanford University. I was former Program Director at Concord, actually in Garden Grove. What I do want to say is that I'm excited to see a program in Burbank area, hopefully coming to fruition sometime, either way, as a new program or expansion. But I think that the community that it will serve in that area will be great, especially with the close of USC, Antelope Valley. When I was at Garden Grove, students were commuting 2 hours one way to school. So it is an area with some need. I mean, I'm sure Concord's done all their research on that, but just to show my support for that, and hopefully it comes to fruition, either, whatever the board decides, either how it goes, but exciting. Good luck, you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person comments? Seeing none, I would ask Crystal Yoyama to please call the vote.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Nay.
Julie Eldriner,
Nay.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long, Sridevi Panala.
Nay.
The motion has failed.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting today.
Thank you.
We will now move on to Agenda Item 8, discussion and possible action to approve the March 27, 2026 Education Committee meeting minutes. As chair, I will present this agenda item. The Education Committee meeting minutes are located in the July 17, 18, 2026 meeting materials, starting on page 695. Is there a motion?
This is Michael Long. I move for the Education Committee to approve the March 27, 2026 Education Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. And is there a second?
Shri Ponala, I second.
Any committee member discussion? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comment? And seeing none. The motion before the committee is to approve the March 27, 2026 Education Committee meeting minutes. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Julie Eldriner,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, Michael Long, Mr. Devi Panala. The motion has passed.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda item 9, proposal of future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for any future education committee agenda items?
This is Member Long. In regards to DVC, if their violations are not resolved to the board's satisfaction before the November 2026 board meeting, I move to discuss and take possible action to cite and fine the program.
Any other?
This is Julie Algener. I would just like to request for a future agenda item that we have an update on the minimum student requirement task force.
Thank you.
Shri Punala, there was some confusion about the CODA language regarding the clinical contact hours because there's some assumptions. More than recommendation, it was like how to adhere to those guidelines. So it's good to have some clarity if programs have that kind of confusion. So we are having the same language across.
Is that not the same as the minimum student task force?
It might be a part of it.
They overlap, yeah.
Any other agendized items for the future? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments? And seeing none. So thank you all for attending the Education Committee, which is now adjourned at 1:53. Thank you. We'll now recess and allow the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to set up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julie Elginer, and as the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Chair, I'd like to call the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting to order. The time is 1:57 p.m. I'm going to make that change. And I would like to ask Board Secretary Lolly Agarwal to call the roll.
This is Lolly Agrawal. I will now call the roll. Julie Algener,
Present.
Lolly Agrawal, present. Joanne Pacheco, Devi Panala, Nicholas Squatch.
Present.
A quorum has been established.
Thank you. I do want to note that a simple majority of yes votes are required for any action as part of this. So a Leg agenda item number 2, which is public comment for items not on the agenda. We'll now move to that item, and the Legislation and Regulatory Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda for a future meeting. And that comes from Government Code Section 11125 and 11125-7A. So I'll ask at this point, are there any in-person public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to Leg agenda item number 3. This is informational only, and this is the status of the Dental Hygiene Board of California regulatory packages. And specifically, I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Elginer. On pages 713 through 717 of the board meeting materials, you will find the current status of DHBC regulatory packages. Only one package, 1116, which is mobile dental hygiene clinics, and 1116.5 physical facilities, is going through the formal process. It is currently under the Business and Consumer Services Agency review. And just so you are aware, packages are taking a little bit longer because we have an interim director, DCA director, so things are, progressing a little bit slower until she gets up to speed. Additionally, the dental board's minimum standards for infection control regulatory package, 16 CCR section 1005, which was brought up by the dental board in their meeting. It was approved by the budget office, and on July 6th, the package was submitted to the acting director for review. So that's really it. We have a couple of other packages, which are very large packages. You could see at the bottom of page 716, we're moving dental board regulations that were pertaining to dental hygiene. We're moving those over, so that's in process. And all our licensure forms and documentation, that is going to be another regulatory package as well. And again, another large package that we're working on. So, any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Petty. We'll ask if there is any Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting member, discussion.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just want to let the committee know that staff is constantly looking at regulations and where we have shortfalls. We are monitoring that, and we'll implement those as we see fit, and we'll bring it to the committee for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question, and that is in anticipation of Sunset Review, which will be happening this next year. Is there any, has there been any thought or consideration to either advancing any necessary items prior to that or holding off until after Sunset Review to see if there are any recommendations that come from that process?
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Yeah, when we get through this sunset process, I should say, during the sunset process, these regulations that are before you in the chart, those will continue to progress. As far as items that will be requested after sunset review, staff is accumulating a list of items, including the legislation that we were unable to get a bill for last year,
Mhm.
and include all of that in a summary for the legislature to consider when we get our sunset bill. If we're approved, always keep my fingers crossed.
Of
but
course.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. I just felt it was necessary to bring that forward as part of the discussion, given that that is a large focus for the next 18 months or so. Are there any other committee member discussion? Okay, at this point, we'll ask if there's any in-person public comments on this agenda item 3. If there are none, then there's no action that's required, so we can move to agenda item 4, the discussion and possible action to take a position on the 2025-26 legislative bills of interest and the legislative calendar. So at this point, I will again turn it over to Dr. Adina Petty to present on this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Elgina. On pages 719 through 730 of the board's meeting materials, there's a synopsis of the 2025-2026 legislative bills of interest as of July 6, 2026. Please note that summer recess began on July 2nd, 2026, and the legislature will reconvene on August 3rd, 2026. There were a few changes that were noted. AB 1130 was gutted and amended, so it no longer pertains to the board. And AB 1811 was changed a bit. They struck shortage areas and its health professions. And 1187, Durazo open meetings. That was another change in the language. There was a change, AB 1629, that Executive Officer Lum has some information on, if he would care to share it, please.
Yeah, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I just found this out yesterday. There was a meeting with the author's office with the Senate BMP staff, and what the author indicated that they're gonna try and do is include our license category of RDHAP into this bill as well, because that's our license category that can independently bill for dental hygiene services. And that was the latest information that I got. That's kind of hot off the press. So that's where that bill stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Petty, any additional comments about this? Okay. I'll open it up to any committee discussion. I do have some comments, but I'm cognizant of allowing the committee members to make comments before I do as the chair.
Is there a motion? Or we?
There's no need for a motion. We've already taken positions on these bills, and there's nothing that's substantively different, with the exception of that AB 1629, which is currently, let's see, we currently support that as well, and it is in the Senate approps. It passed the House of Origin in the Senate approps, and it sounds as though conversations are ongoing with the author's office.
Got it. Then quick question for Dr. Petty. I know we had spoken at the May teleconference meeting about SB 1187 by Durazo in regards to the Brown Act and how it wasn't a bill of interest because it didn't pertain to our body. Has something changed in the bill text and why we're keeping it?
No, the board just didn't decide to.
Okay, that'd be my only recommendation, is to remove it from our bills of interest.
Perfect. I'll come back to that point in just a moment if we're ready to make motions on the bills. Is there any other discussion? So a couple things. Dr. Petty, again, thank you so much for keeping up with all of this. I want to just echo that I very much appreciate that you have added, or it has been added, the bill sponsor to all of this information, as well as the status. By my count, as of last week, the bills that are currently active are AB 350. So that has been ordered to the third reading and, but there's no date that's been set for a floor vote. Then moving down to SB 1311, it passed the House of Origin. It's now in approps. I do want to make note that this is part of a larger bill that includes changes to licensing physicians from Mexico, changes to the veterinary medical board, private investigator services, and so forth. So that is part of a larger board, or a larger bill, but that is currently still active. AB 1629, which we just heard about, again, that's already passed Senate approps and after it has passed the House of Origin. AB 1760, Arambula dentistry, that passed the House of Origin. It's passed the Senate BMP and the Education Committee. It's passed Judiciary, and it's moved to approps on consent. I do want to make note when it has moved on consent that there is a extreme high likelihood that that will pass, because agenda items that are on consent, all those items are taken at once. So when I make note of something being on consent, there's a high likelihood that it will be passed unless a member opts to pull it off consent. So AB 1811, that has also passed the House of Origin, it's passed Senate Health, and it's now at the appropriation consent. AB 2694, Alvarez, also passed the House of Origin, passed Education, and sent to appropriations. SB 1187, Durazo, as we just heard, it has passed the House of Origin. There may be some discussion to remove our support based on the gut and amend that has taken place. SB 1391, Wahab, that's passed the House of Origins. It's currently in approps on consent. And SB 1416, that's passed the House of Origin, currently in approps on consent. So I just, for the record, and this is why it's so important that this committee in particular meets via teleconference and takes an active role, because so much can happen between an original position that is taken in the early part of the year and July. And as we heard from Dr. Petty, the legislature is currently in recess, but when they will be coming back after August 3rd, as of August 14th, it's the last day for fiscal committees to meet and to vote on bills. So all of those that I was mentioning that are on consent in appropriations will in fact be voted on. So before we move, I'll ask Member Quach if you have a motion, but is there any other discussion about any of these before we open that up? Okay. Would you like to offer a motion?
I move for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to remove SB 1187 from the legislative bills of interest.
So moved. Is there a second?
Pacheco, second.
Okay. Any discussion, committee member discussion for that? Would you like to discuss? You want to open up why you feel that way?
Yeah, I mean, we had discussed this at the May teleconference, but DeRosa's bill SB 1187 is regards to the Brown Act, which covers local bodies. We are not a local body. We follow the Begley-Keene Act, and so this is a bill that should have never ended up on our legislative bills of interest.
Okay, thank you. Any other committee member comments before we open it up for public comment? Okay. Any members of the public would like to comment on the motion to remove SB 1187 from our positions? Hearing none, I'll ask our board secretary, Lali Agarwal, to call for the vote on that motion.
This is Lolly Agrawal, and I will now call the roll. Julie Algener.
Aye.
Lolly Agrawal, aye. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Pannala. Nicholas Quach.
Aye.
This motion has passed.
Thank you. And before we leave that agenda item, I want to thank all of the members of this committee, as well as certainly our staff. This is a Herculean lift between the early part of the year and now to stay on top of all of this. And so I want to say thank you for your thoroughness. Thank you for being willing to understand that things change very quickly And I want to just echo my my sincere appreciation to our board staff and leadership for their commitment to these issues as well. So at this point, we're going to move to do we need to take a vote on all these other bills, right? I think we've already taken positions, so we're fine. Yeah, okay. All right. Great. Ledge Reg agenda item number 5. Oh, excuse me. Oh, didn't I ask for public comment? Oh, in general. Let me open it up. My apologies. Any public comment on legislation and regulation agenda item number 4?
Just want to make sure the board is aware of the position of the Dental Hygiene Association on SB 1311 Wahab. We have changed our position and we now oppose it unless it's amended. We do support the Danby certification of the unlicensed dental assistant, but we feel that we lack a clinical portion, and we have asked the author to consider having a licensed person in the person's dental office provide that training for the individual. We feel it's both a public safety and a staff safety issue.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment on agenda item number 4? Hearing none, we'll then move to Ledge Reg agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action to approve the March 27th, 2026 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes. And as the chair, I will present this agenda item. The Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes can be found in the July 17th and 18th meeting materials on page 734. Just verifying that that is in fact correct. Just 1 second. Okay, perfect. Yes, it is. And so I will ask if there's a motion to approve or conditionally approve or to disapprove the meeting minutes.
Punala, I move to the March 27th Station Regulatory Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Member Quach, second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any committee member discussion? Okay, is there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, the motion before the committee is to approve the March 27th, 2026 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes. And I'll now ask Lali Agarwal to call for the roll and the votes on this agenda item.
This is Lali Agarwal, and I will now call the roll. Julie Algener.
Aye.
Lali Agarwal. Aye. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala.
Aye.
Nicholas Quach.
Aye.
Motion has passed.
Thank you. And Ledge Reg agenda item number 6, which is the proposal of future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments on future legislation and regulatory committee agenda items?
I just have a comment, and that I know that on future meeting dates, we are looking to set that date for the future in March of 2027 to go over, or May. I'm sorry, May.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Yep.
That's my understanding. For the teleconference, is that what you mean? Yes, correct. Thank you. Anyone else? Recommendations or comments on any future legislation or regulation committee agenda items? Okay, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, we will move to Ledge Reg agenda item number 7, which is the adjournment of the Legislation and Regulatory Committee. And at this point, I want to say thank you all for attending the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting, and we will now adjourn at 2:17 p.m.
Okay, we will now commence with the Licensing and Examination Committee meeting. Members not on the Licensing and Examination Committee will move to the audience from the dais and not participate in the discussion or action of the Licensing and Examination Committee. So we'll just take a few minutes for the transition.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Long, and as the Licensing and Examination Committee Chair, I would like to call the Licensing and Examination Committee meeting to order. The time is 2:18. And I would like to also note that Sherman King is absent today. I'd like to ask Board Staff Crystal Uyama to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long.
Aye.
Or present.
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Sherman King, absent. Sridevi Panala.
Present.
Nicholas Kiat-Quach.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you, Crystal. We'll now move on to agenda item licensing 2, public comment. It's not on the agenda. The Licensing and Examination Committee may not discuss or act on any matters raised during the public comment section. That is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none, we'll move on to, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item licensing 3, discussion and possible action to nominate and approve a dental hygiene board representative for the ADEX Council on Examinations. I'd ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Over the years, examination entities or administrators contact me to get board participation in their various examination councils. Right now, there used to be REB, ADEX, and credits, but now since REB and ADEX have merged, it's basically ADEX and credits who request this from us. And so in this regard, for this particular agenda item, ADEX has requested that we have a board member who could participate in the dental hygiene aspect of their examination council. So that way they can receive updated information and represent California as far as what their examination content should focus on, any other issues that could be presented through representing California for them to be aware of. And so this agenda item basically asks to nominate a board member who is interested in participating in their examination council. And I turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lum. Is there a motion? And please identify yourself and make that motion. I can make the motion. Yeah. I move that the Licensing and Examination Committee to nominate Joanne Pacheco to be the board's representative to participate in the ADEX Council on Examinations and forward this nomination to the full board for approval. Is there a second?
I second. Shri Purnala.
My understanding that Ms. Pacheco already is a board member for ADEX. And I guess we would need to confirm with Ms. Pacheco that she would be willing to. And she's shaking her head yes, so I'll take that as a as she will. So thank you, Joanne. Yeah. And
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a clarification comment. President Pacheco does participate with ADEX currently, but in her own capacity, not representing the board. So this is kind of an official step to have her as the board's representation. She's familiar with ADEX with her past experience. So I think she's a really good candidate to be in this position. Thank you.
is there any additional board discussion? Yes, Mr. Lum.
Just one more comment on this issue is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I know that in reviewing and receiving invitations from these examination administrators, a lot of times they're in locations across the country. And with that being said, I'm not 100% sure if we will be able to participate in those distant locales. All out-of-state travel must be approved by the administration. And I believe the requests go all the way up to the governor's office. So whether we can, and justifiably so, say that the reason why we're going to be going to attend as board representation, it will get questioned, but we can answer the questions appropriately. But it is something that the administration does not just openly approve out-of-state travel because of the expense and all the other associated costs and things like that. So just wanted to make this committee aware of that. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board, from the committee? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, I'd like, the motion before the board is the motion of the Licensing and Examination Committee to nominate Joanne Pacheco to the board's to be the board's representative to participate in ADEX Council on Examination and forward this nomination to the full board for approval. I'll now ask Crystal to call roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Aye.
Sherman King, absent. Sridevi Panala, Nicholas Kwach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item licensing 4, proposal for future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for any future education committee agenda items? I have a recommendation. And it's a discussion and possible action to adopt a policy for license renewal courtesy email notifications. Licensing courtesy email notifications. The second agenda item would be to update the PSI template form from currently referring to the DHCC Dental Hygiene Committee of California to the Dental Hygiene Board of California. Sorry. Okay. Scratch that. Any additional agenda items from the committee? Any comments from the in-person public comments?
Joanne Galliano, I don't know if this has to be a future agenda item or if it just can be procedural, but the movement of the licensing and exam committee data from the full board to this committee I'm not sure why it's separated out. It's not actually, I would assume that they would have been in this committee report and then reported out to the full board any actions that need to be taken on those. So again, I don't know if it's a future agenda item, which is procedural, but it seems it doesn't seem to make sense to me to have it as a separate agenda item when you have a committee that's supposed to deal with that agenda item.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending the licensing and examination. Oh, Tracy. Ma'am, hello.
Tracy Napper, licensing manager. You mentioned the email notification. I was going to provide an update for that for tomorrow. So I don't know if you still want to keep it on as the future agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then I guess just consideration of that agenda item if as she reports this out tomorrow. We don't necessarily need to add it. Very good. Where are we? Okay, adjournment. Thank you for attending the Licensing and Examination Committee meeting, which is now adjourned at 28 p.m.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. We are done with the committee meetings and we are now going to go into closed session. So I'd love to see everybody, but I'm sorry I have to kick you out of the room, including me. Thanks.